should be mentioned in the label perfectly. Any questions? Just I am giving only introductions. Is it okay? Is I am audible? Hello, can anyone say I am audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because just I am giving introduction only. Education and other materials, which is closely related to this for a infant milk and milk substituted and healthcare system. Standard of infant milk substitute, because for we will not get for all the time for milk alone. The milk substituted products also required to give as a substitute to the infants. That's why you have to see the standards, what the standards record. Powers to entry and search, because any place is going for wrongly substitutions are happening, or the either in the manufacturing site or the distributors level or the sales level point, there is an inspector can enter any point of time to search it, what they are doing, how its violations are happening. That can be the law giving a power to enter and search the premises where the activities are happening related to the infant milk and infant milk substitute, and confiscations and adjudications, and if it is a fine, other things. Even people want to go appeal, you can go appeal what the penalties and offenses. With this overall, we are going to see definitions, what the prohibitions of for relation to the infant milk, and information on the container and educational material, healthcare system, standard infant milk substitute, which is also included for feeding bottle and infant foods, and inspections, confiscation, adjudication, appeal, penalty, and offenses. With this, I'll move to the next slides. Advertisements. See, what do you mean by advertisements? It includes any notice, circular, label, wrapper, or any other document or visible representation or announcement made by means of either light or sound wave or smoke or gas, or by means of electronic transmission, by audio or visual transmissions. This is the basic definitions of this advertisements. Why is that the advertisement has come? What is the relation to the advertisement to read this milk and milk substituted products or not? Because of people buy the product based on the advertisements, and media people say that the product is moving because of us. We are promoting well, that the promotion is giving a good kind of results. Let's say the product is going very well to the promoting the product as a milk and milk substituted. You cannot give any wrong kind of information that will give a bad image to the public, and even public will believe that based on the advertisement we took the things and why it is happening. That's why the advertisement, either you can go for light media, sound media, smoke, or either gas or means of electronic transmission, or audio, or otherwise visual communication. And containers. So you can notice we kept some containers closely related to the milk and milk substituted product. The containers are generally, container means box or bottles, casket, tin, can, barrel, cask, tube, receptacle, and sack, wrapper, other things in which any infant milk substitute, feeding bottle, or infant food is placed or packed for a sales or distribution. Because the container is very much important. Containers is not a standardized one. It leads to the milk product. Finally, it will affect the infant who is receiving this milk product. That's why the container, what it is mentioned, should be standardized, and also you keep for a, normally it is maybe a bottle only it's available. Market only it's available bottle, or otherwise milk substituted powder form products are available in tin. You can see many commercial products are available in the tin, even for with wrappers, or otherwise the bottles also available. There should be a standardized on the bottle. Or barrel means like a tin you can open in the top, and tube, like you can take the straw, you can keep it, and you can this one straw it very well for this product, milk product. That's why this container part is I given the definitions for container. And Next one is feeding bottles. Feeding bottle means any bottle or receptacle used for the purpose of feeding infant milk substitute and includes a treat and a valve attached are capable of being attached to such a bottle or receptacle. Actually, there is a valve will be there. If you press, you can take it. The infant, the moment you keep in the mouth and you can suck it down, and it should become forcefully. There should not be any block. And one more thing, the container and cap and of the bottles should be a standardized one. That's it. Basic concept of this feeding bottle is any bottle or receptacle used for the purpose of feeding infant milk substitute. In fact, we are not talking about for milk, we are talking about infant milk substitute. And one more thing, in my knowledge, it is not there in the act. The milk substitutes are, in addition to the milk product, may contain minerals and vitamins. Why these minerals? Sometimes they claim that it's containing more calcium and more amount of zinc, because zinc and all, it is not naturally available. It should be substituted, which is essential for the growth rate of the children's growth rate of the children. That's why the infant milk substitute. In addition, they also it's add for some amount of the vitamins, A, D, E, K, or any vitamins with the shortage, depending on the company, what they're promoting. This all together it is called as only like a milk substitute. Otherwise, the people can say it as a milk. The substitute means it's addition to that milk. It is also containing in the various other value-added forms, so that it can be stored a long time and you can use it when and then required. That's why it's called the milk substitute. It includes a treat and valve attached and capable of being attached to such a bottle is called as a feeding bottles. And healthcare systems means an institution or organization engaged either directly or indirectly in healthcare for mothers, infants, pregnant women, and include health workers in private practice, called as a healthcare system. Actually, country like India, we have a good healthcare systems, and in this, we in Tamil Nadu we are pioneer in the healthcare system. You can notice to provide a health care to the common people, we have a system for Directorate of Medical Educations, which under this all the medical colleges comes under their control. And Director of Public Health (DPH), it's under all this primary health center, and for other this one, hospitals are comes under DPH, and they have a various system to monitor the healthcare. Even this advanced things has come for this ambulance free, for 108 ambulance free, and other things, other facilities. Because we are in the pioneer, want to bring the system. It's number one. In this, we are leading. All together only is called as a healthcare system. Because need to understand healthcare system, because any infant is losing the weight, losing the not is the growth rate is less. You can substitute to the milk product. That time it need to be monitored through the available healthcare system, whether the system is going perfectly or any adulterated foods are selling. That's why you need to understand the definition of the healthcare systems. Next, health workers actually means person engaged in the healthcare for mothers, infants, and pregnant women. This is called as health workers. And in the other kind of definition, we used to say that a healthcare professional. The healthcare professionals are the primary people is doctors, and for a pharmacist, and for a nurse, and for ASHA, and who is involving for giving this food product, other infant related product to the door-to-door delivery, and other technicians, laboratory technicians, and all this combined together is called as only healthcare workers, or rather you can say it as a healthcare professional, because the health worker is very important to deliver the things properly in the right persons in the right times. Infant food. Infant food means any food by whatever name you called, being marketed, otherwise represented as a complement to mother's milk, See, generally speaking, mother milk is only the best milk. Then any other milk is available in the market. But anyhow, we can't expect a complete source. We get it from mother milk. Some people we cannot able to feed the high amount of the milk. That's why it's need to be substituted and made to meet the growing status of the nutritional needs of the infant for in the age after the age of 6 months and up to the age of 2 years. You have to give a infant food. What are the food you are giving as a substitute in the age of 4 months to 2 years is called as a infant food. Infant food is required when mother's milk is not sufficient to meet the growth rate of the infant. It should be substituted in other form. That food is called as a infant food. We have seen some important definitions are given. Actually, in the act is giving a lot of definitions, but I didn't go through all the definitions because it is all simple one. Only I gone through the important one, which is very need to be understand, like infant food, health workers, healthcare system, feeding bottle, container, and advertisement. Because these basic definitions are very important to in order to understand the system available in our country or to understand the act what it says. Another one basic things you could do label. Label means display of written, marked, stamped, printed, or graphic matter affixed to or appearing upon any container. Appearing upon any container is called as a label. Why is our label is very important to the milk product? Actually, I given some example. It is a company product label. I given as a picture. This company has to say that in the label clearly what they claim, what it's contained, or each gram of the powder, dried powder, how long can be stored, who can be used, how can be mixed with either water or any other product, any other solvent, and how can you feed, how long you can feed, how much you can feed, according to the age group, according to the need basis, according to the requirement of the nutritionist. And the label claim is very, very important. The label does not contain any wrong information, because ultimately when reach to the consumer will look after only for what it is there the label immediately. But what is there in the label, based on the label information only, we are going to purchase or we are going to substitute. We will decide whether to buy or not. Let's say labeling informations are very, very important. You should contain enough amount of the informations related to that. Enough amount of informations related to that. That's a label is very important. Whenever you're buying any product, it's not as a medicinal product. Medicinal products are you have to look into the label what it's saying. Even for a nutritional product and milk substituted product, you have to see what it's the label claim. If you open the box there, you can find the one pamphlet also will be there. In the pamphlet, you have to go through it. What for? It may be written in English and another regional languages. Maybe the letters are very small. You're forced to read, and somehow you have to read to understand and how to supply this milk substitute to the infant. And prescribed means prescribed by a rules under this. Prescribed means promotions, means to employ directly or indirectly any method of encouraging any person to purchase or use infant milk substitute feeding bottle or infant food. That is a prescribed. The doctor will prescribe hereafter you take these medicines like a prescription. Even for infant, there is a child specialist will prescribe, ask to take this. But sir, I myself will decide, sir, now that is not a good thing. Then they'll see the all body mass index calculations and see the weight and height and what is required depending on the age. This age, this much height. This age, this much height. This much weight. It's according to the WHO regulations, and you have to check and it be get the prescription. Prescription normally given by the child specialist. You can get it, and a child specialist recommendation you can get the prescribed milk substituted product. But normally people first time they'll take it, thereafter they'll take for continually without doctor prescriptions one way. Anyway, not like a medicines, and periodically you have to check and see that how it can be possible, whether it can continue for long time or you can stop this attempt. But anyhow, you can give the infants milk substituted product up to from 4 months to 2 years. Then so far we have seen the prohibitions. This one, the definitions. Next, we move on to the prohibitions related to the infant milk substitute, feeding bottles, and infant food. No person can sell, advertise, or take part in the publication of any advertisement for the distribution or sale or supply of infant milk substitute, feeding bottle, or infant food. See, all this advertisement, whatever you are making related to the infant milk substituted product, you should get clear and prior permissions. And just like that, you cannot give an advertisement. That's why advertisement is very, very important. Because advertisement only it's easily reach to the common man, and they'll see that based on the advertisement, they're purchasing. Even you do advertisements, it should be viewed by the regulatory authorities. After seeing that it's okay, you can go for advertisement. It should not contain any false claim also. It's take part in the publication of any advertisement for the distribution, sale, or supply of infant milk substituted, which include for feeding bottles or because of why these feeding bottles are coming now. Because of feeding bottles, right away you are getting from the shop, supermarket. Infant food also you are getting supermarket, and their label claim, their advertisement need to be checked. No person shall give an impression or create belief any manner that feeding of infant milk substitute or infant foods are equivalent to or better than mother milk. You all know that generally for mother milk is the best milk, and any advertisements or anything claim that no, it's equivalent to mother milk or better than mother milk. There should not be given. Mother milk is the best milk, and whereas other substituted products are, the name itself is a substitute. It means it's substitute to the mother milk. That's the meaning. For Indian food also, mother milk is the best food for that age group, 4 to 2 years period. But in the advertisement, our label should not claim that and should not carry the information and in the favor of the making an impression that mother milk is, or our product is equivalent to mother milk, or equivalent. Nobody can be equivalent to mother, like more milk is equivalent to mother milk. Next, take a part in the promotion. This all be prohibited. We are talking about under the heading of prohibitions. Take part in the promotion of infant milk substitute, feeding bottles, or infant food. And promotion of infant milk substitute, feeding bottles, or infant milk, it will be prohibited. You cannot, promotion should not make it. Only you can give reasonable loan after getting a proper permissions. Prohibitions of incentive for usage or sale of infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant milk. Normally, according to this law, you cannot say that you substitute this infant milk. I'll give this for incentives. I give you a gift and other utensils, other articles. If it's prohibited actually. It should not be done. That's the meaning for supply, distributes of samples of infant milk substitute, or gifts for utensil, other articles. Because you can ask me the question, here and there some violations happen. Why sir? There should be strictly controlled by concern. The responsibility of food inspectors should be taken care. Otherwise, drug controller authority to monitor these activities. Sometimes it goes unnoticingly, it's happened. That should be controlled. That's the meaning for supply or distributes of sample of infant milk substitute or gifts of utensil. Utensil means any kind of other item, like doctors are getting a free gift no as a medicinal product or otherwise any kind of a token or other materials, other articles. Contact any pregnant woman or the mother of an infant. But as a company promoting, selling this milk substitute, is contacting directly to the pregnant woman. So okay, you take this product, and this product contains so and so things. It will helpful for your health and help for improvement and other things should not be given. Such promotion things are prohibited. Offer inducement of any other kind for the purpose of promoting the use of cell or infant formula milk substitute. You should not give any offer. You know that offer means sometime it will give for you take one bottles, will give one bottle is free. One for offer. Such a offer should not be given normally. That is for prohibited. Sir, these 2-3 points are sometimes prohibited, sir. Why it's going for in the market violatively? Maybe here and there 1 or 2 cases will be there, but it cannot be do publicly. But Act will not permit to do these activities. This prohibition is very, very important because in the nutshell, I can say mother milk is the best milk, as you should not claim that my product is equivalent to mother milk or better than a mother milk. That is the first point, it's prohibited. Second point, it is for you should not give any gift or any utensil or other articles. And also, you should not contact any pregnant woman or a mother or infant. Offer inducement of any other kind for the purpose of promoting the use of sale of infant milk substitute. Donation of infant milk substitute or feeding or equipment or material relating to that, subject to provision of subsection of section 8, no person shall donate or distribute. You cannot donate or distribute infant milk substitute, feeding bottle, infant foods to any other person except an orphanage. Suppose you want to donate the milk substituted product. Normally, if are in the village side, other things, to the relatives, we are giving the gift as a feeding bottle and other things. But you cannot say it as a to commonplace as I'm donating this milk. Only can donate this milk substituted or otherwise feeding bottles only to the orphanage, not to other places. It is a primary thing. The Act is saying like that. Any informational or educational equipment or material relating to infant milk substitute, it is for cannot be feeding bottle or infant bed informational material, provided that nothing in this class shall apply to the donations or distribution subject to such a condition and restriction as may be prescribed of such equipment or material through the healthcare system. You can follow it through the healthcare system. As I told you, healthcare systems in India is good, and you can through the approach the primary health center or district medical officers. Through them you can approach, you can give, but not through the individuals you can give except in the orphanage. Information on containers and label of infant milk substitute or infant food. A statement or mother milk is the best for your baby in capital letters, you have to give. The label you have to see any feeding bottles, any related items for a milk substitute item. In the very prominently you have to write, the label should say that mother milk is the best for your baby. Because of all mothers will feel that instead of feeding my milk, substituted milk is better. But if you write in the small letters, or it should not be visibly written, and it should be all letters should be carried in the capital letters so that the viewers and user can view it very clearly, and they can by catching their view in the best methods, and they will understand, okay, mother milk is best milk, not other things in the capital letter. Statement that infant milk substitute or infant food should be used only on the advice of health workers. But normally for a country like India, because we have more villages and remote places and all, what they'll do, once they buy one product means they'll say that next time they will not meet the doctors, or the health workers. Okay, once he told, lifelong they'll purchase. It's not good. Whenever you need it, after completion, periodically you have to check and they get the permissions, get the prescription, and saying that, okay, in this age, in this time, depending on the requirement of the child, whether it is nutrition requirement, is vitamin shortage, or maybe a mineral shortage, or maybe a special element shortage. Special element means it's called as a magnesium, zinc, and any shortage is there that can be substituted through this infant milk substituted product without prior advice from the health worker. You need not to give straight away as a infant food. A warning that infant milk substitute or infant food is not the sole source of the nourishment of an infant. You never feel that as a woman, if you never can say that, okay, I'm substituting so and so milk product, my burden will be over thereafter, and my child growth rate is fully dependent on this product. It's not good. That is not a sole source, because to the infant there is other sources also you have to make it and make them is a better understanding. And also that it's as a mother milk and mother you have to give a normal food also you have to give. And you can say that along with the milk substitute, I have feeded normal food, and is made up in the home without any adulterations. Only the growth rate will come. You never will claim that this is the only source for nourishment of the infant. The instruction for its appropriate preparations and warning against the health hazards of the appropriate preparation. Inappropriate preparations in the instructions, there any warning that you have to give a warning in the bracket. Why it's our warning should be given? Because this milk substitute may not be used in so and so conditions. Means that you have to bring it in the name of the warning, so that people go that what is warning? Okay, this condition should not take it. There will be alert. That all these four informations are necessarily to be prominently present in the label. I'll say very clearly, first two informations, milk, mother milk is the best for your baby. This is a very important word that should be in the capital letters and visible and viewable very easily for everyone. And second things, you have to say that without advice of the health worker, you need not to take this any milk or milk substituted product. And warning should be written. It is not only the source of the nourishment, other sources are needed to make the child it's a better growth rate. The instruction for appropriate preparation, warning against the health hazards, and any health hazard is there, that is also to bring to the picture. Hope you understood up to this point. In today's discussion, I'll go through, I'll recap it for within 2 minutes. And we said about the basic definitions, about the advertisement, label, food, and feed bottle, containers, and for a few more label items, the basic definition. Then we move to the prohibitions. What are the things are prohibited into advertise and other things. Then is be a label we move. In the label, what should be contained? And in the label, in the last slide, we have seen what the kind of information should be present on the label of the infant milk substitute and infant foods. You have any question up to this level? To everyone, I'm asking. You have any questions? Can anybody talk? Few minutes.
No, sir, it's very clear, sir.
Very clear. Good. As I'm happy to hear from girls is going to be future mothers and they can understand you better, and you can advise for other people to follow this act. And whenever you purchase the material, you can ask the questions, anything is wrong in that. And the continuation of the information, it should be written very clearly what are the ingredients are present. What normally is so much of carbohydrate, so much of protein, so much of fat material, so much of minerals, so much of special elements, or so much of vitamins A, vitamin E. These all will be highly helpful for viewers, and the prescriber can understand what the ingredients are present, and as a educated mother, you can go through it, what these ingredients are will do ultimately, how these ingredients are helpful for improving their nourishment of this infants. Composition analysis. Composition means ingredients first is listed, and what its composition means every 5 gram what is contained, or every gram of this powder is what is contained. That is the meaning for composition. Analysis means actually the lab should be analyzed, that should be verified, that should be given very clearly as a quantity wise very clearly, or it may be in the percentage wise, so that it is a better understanding for a mother or otherwise a prescriber or healthcare worker what really it is contained, how it is by analyzed. Storage condition required. It's very important because all the food product cannot be stored in the normal room temperature. It can be stored in the below 5 degrees centigrade, or maybe in the freezer level, or should be kept in the room temperatures. That should be noticed. That should also contain any information, because even mother, you purchase the product, you have to see that what the storage, where it can be stored. Okay, it can be stored in the normal room temperature up to 30 degree or 35 degree. If then it's all right. Suppose it say that it can be stored in only 25 degree. In the hot summer, you cannot expect it's a 25 degree. In that case, what you have to do, you have to read carefully according to that question. Sir, what happens, sir, if it's not stored properly? If it is not stored properly, what happens? Ultimately, the product which is contained will get deteriorated, one form to another form, because it's all not a mother milk. It is a substituted item. Maybe it's derived from natural sources or synthetic sources, or maybe synthesized this product. When synthetic products are, if it's not stored properly, it causes the other kind of untoward incidents. That's why it should be stored properly, and you have to view that clearly. And batch number you have to write on the information. How it is helpful, sir, batch number and date, because it's very much helpful for expiry, to find out the expiry date. And how long can be, depending on the product. Maybe it is a 2 years period or 6 months, not 2-3 years period and all. Maybe it's only for a medicinal product, it go for 2-3 years period. Or milk products are, because it is easily, if it is not stored properly, it easily microbial attack will be more. That's why in the open air, you keep microbial attack more. That's why the storage period will be lesser period only. But you don't ask me for particular product name. See the product depending on the company. After standardizing, company mention how long can be used, what lifelong. Once you purchase, if it is 3 months or 6 months period. Once it is open, then how long? Once it is closed, how long can be? Because opened means there is a chance for contaminations to the air and for other reasons. That's why it should be contained batch number, date of its manufacturer, and the date before which is to be consumed. That's what I said. It's for academic. This one for expiry date. Take into account climatical and storage condition of the country, because the world there, according to the climatical conditions, there will be a temporal countries and the subtropical regions, tropical regions, like that. There is according to the climate, according to the regions, the temperature get changes. Even India also, you can notice, as I told you in the last class, India is a subcontinent. In that, see, this summer, Tamil Nadu temperature is high. Same time, you see, go for Uttarakhand, other area, there is a heavy snow will be there. Then the temperature varies. Because according to that, you have to see the climatic and storage conditions. You have to see that expiry date from the date of manufacture. Such a particular sauce may be prescribed in the information on the label, because information on the label is very important. And as an MBA person, you should know, when we go for marketing, you can be a marketing personnel or marketing managers, as a sales promoting managers, promoting official, promoting executive, promoting officers. That time you are selling for only food product and food related item, and milk substituted product item. This act is very much helpful. I think based on that requirement only, the people kept this topic to be in your syllabus. No container or label referred in subsection relating to the subsections relating to shell. have a picture of infant or woman or bottle. There should not be any picture of infant or woman or both should not be. Have a pictures, other graphical material, first of designed to increase the saleability. This is ultimately the companies are aiming to increase the sale of product. They'll go for different kind of pictures and other things. That shall be referred. Use on the word humanized, materialized, or any other similar word bear on it, such other particulars may be prescribed. This humanized word, materialized word only should be there. And because all the words, after making a label, after making information, after giving advertisements, you get a clearance from the regulatory agency who is regulating the food product. Educational and other material related to the feeding of infants to contain certain particular. The educational material means, as I told you, open the feed substituted tin or bottles. There you can find the one pamphlet. The pamphlet is giving information. In this one part will be their educational material. Educational material means which is the information to the mother, can go through it and he can substitute the milk product to the infant, and the mother can go through very clearly what it is written in the pamphlet. That pamphlet only is called as the educational material. And now the question is, what should be contained in the educational material? The benefits and superiority of the breastfeeding. There you have to give, under any circumstance, I told you, mother milk is the best milk. Like you have to give, and the materials first should contain mother milk is the best milk. Mother feeding is the best, breastfeeding is the best feeding, best source. And what is the reason? You have to give few points, which is supporting the points is helpful for the mother to think of it. Okay, mother milk is the best milk. It is a benefit to the children. The benefits and superior to the breastfeeding is very important. The preparation or the for and the continuation of the breastfeeding you have to mention. Harmful effects of breastfeeding due to the partial adoption of bottle and feeding. Suppose one mother one day is feed, next day will take substitute. Like that, there is a periodical changes from feeding to the substitute, and you got to mention what the harmful effects. Because the educational materials are very important. So why government is brought this act in 1992? Now they came to know that many unwanted things are happening. Our future generations are getting affected. They brought in this act. And you have to mention what are the harmful effects on breastfeeding due to the partial adoption of the bottle feeding. The difficulties in reverting to breastfeeding of infants after a period of feeding of infant milk substitute. See, suppose infant milk is substituted. After 5 months, 6 months, you want to back to the mother milk. Sometimes it is difficult. And suppose you say that no problem, you can substitute infant substitute milk, then you can come any point of time now. Even for infant will not accept, even child will not accept, and feel that that the difference it notice. With all the informations or educational materials should be present in the material which is come along with the tin or bottles or maybe a container or maybe in the box, so that mother can go through the all the information clearly. They can understand the importance of mother milk and other things. The financial and social implication for making use of infant milk substitute and feeding bottles. Suppose financial, it is really impact, social impact, because of it's a poor and poorest people cannot afford to pay for the milk substitute, and he cannot buy the feeding bottles. It's very difficult because of their socio-economic reasons. That's why you have to say the financial and social implication in making use of infant milk. The health hazards for improper use of infant milk substitute and feeding bottles. You have to mention very clearly improper of using the feeding bottles and health hazard, what it causes. And date of printing and publication of such a material and the name of the printer and publisher. Such other material as may be prescribed. I'll do one thing. I'll stop in the 7th point. I'll continue after 5 minutes or 10 after 10 11:05 I'll continue, or 11:02 I'll continue, because still 7 minutes are there for to the 11. And you can ask any questions. I'll give 2 minutes time. Otherwise, be on the this link only. I'll join back at 11 o'clock, 11:02. You have any questions up to this level? Hello, can anyone? Any questions? I think there is no.
No,
Okay.
no, sir. Okay, sir, clear.
No, if there is no questions, I'll join at again 11 o'clock. Be on that. This one.
There, fourth one.
1, 2, 3, 4. This one.
Share. Presentation.
Where it is? This one.
That's it.
Sir, all of you, can you see this my slide? Hello? Can
Yes, sir.
anyone answer? Can you able to see my slide or hear my voice?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. Healthcare system,
Yes,
we have
sir.
seen for about educational material and other advertisement information and promotion material, other things. In continuation of this, with their healthcare system, no persons shall use any healthcare system for display or placard or poster relating to or the distribution of material for the purpose of promoting the use or sale of infant milk substitute or feeding bottles or infant foods. No person can shall use this as a in the healthcare systems. Next, provided that provisions of this subsection shall not be applied to donation and distribution of informational educational equipment material made according with the provision to the class B. Because as I told you already, when you want to donate some kind of milk substitute or promoting material or information to the orphanage, it is only applicable, not for other places. That's what is, again, it's coming the class subsections. The dissemination of information to the health workers about the scientific and factual matters relating to the use of infant milk substitute or feeding bottles or infant foods, along with the information specified in subsections of section 7. That should the information related to the healthcare workers, you would give it scientifically. Because the promotional materials are two things. You can give scientific information, factual matter to the health workers, whereas the common man, you cannot give more scientific information. When you give more scientific information, they enable to understand. That's why you give the common languages, what the language is known, that language to be printed, and it is easy to understand the common man, that you have to give. But whereas the dissemination information of health workers should have a scientific, there should have validity of scientific and factual matters relating to the use of infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant foods, along with the information specified in the subsection of section 7. The section 7 and all in earlier it is there. If you really open the act and you can download from this, even Google it, you can download. There you can see the subsection what it says. Subsection is for the promotional material, what should be there. Earlier we seen educational material, that is only for section 7. And no person who produce, supply, distribute or sells infant milk substitute or feeding bottles or infant foods shall make any payment to any person who works in the healthcare system for the purpose of promoting the use or sale of such a substitute or bottles or a food. What happened to the health workers? You can give bribe or any kind of payment to promote our material. That should be prohibited completely. No person can who produce, supplies, distributes, sales, means milk as a substitute manufacturer or supplier should not give any kind of payment to the health workers to promote their product. It is illegal totally. Promoting the use or sale of such substitute bottles or a food. No person other than a health worker shall demonstrate the feeding with the infant milk substitute. See, this point is very careful. For as a mother does not know how to carry this, now you can directly ask for any healthcare worker or health workers. As I told you, I listed the health workers are start with the doctors and nurse and for pharmacists and technicians and ASHA and other trained persons working in the health department only can demonstrate the feeding with the infant milk substitute or infant foods to a mother of an infant or to any member of our family, and such a health worker shall also clearly explain such mother or such other mother members the hazards of improper use of infant milk substitute or feeding bottles or infant food. Because of other people with the advice of that which not fitted properly, not given properly, it will give a hazard to the infant, that should be avoided. No person other than an institution, organization engaged in healthcare for mothers, infants, or pregnant women shall distribute infant milk, because infant milk can be distributed only through the organization who involved or engaged in their mother care, and pregnant women shall distribute the infant milk substitute or feeding bottle to a mother who cannot resort to breastfeeding and who cannot afford to purchase infant milk substitute or feeding bottle. An orphanage may purchase infant milk substitute or feeding bottles at the price lower than their sale price for the purpose of utilizing them in the said orphanage, because the cost of the product in the orphanage will become very less, because of, as you know, that it's a charity based, and the product cost will be less. There they can purchase, even sale product rate also will be different from common public to the orphanage. Inducement to the health workers for promoting use of infant milk substitute, because the inducement, this point and all, I brought it only the heading, rest you can go through it, want details in the act itself. Inducement to the health workers, you cannot induce the health workers do this, that, and as a supplier you can say that is totally prohibited. Special provisions relating to the employees of person who produce, supply, distributes for sales infant milk substitute. Standard of infant milk substitute, feeding bottle, or infant food. The standards of infant milk and substitute is very, very important, because all the products what you are selling as an infant milk substitute should be standardized, and feed bottle should be standardized, and infant food should be standardized. The standardized only you to sell it to the common to the market, and all the standardized means here it says that what the quantity, when it is expired, what it's contained, what are the compositions, what are the other ingredients, how it can be feed, all these are included as a standardizations. Power to entry and search, because at any point of time, according to the provisions of Code of Criminal Procedures 1973, that is 2 of 1974, relating to search and seize or shall so far as may be applied to every search or seizure made under this act. Because as a food inspector and food control department people at any point of time can enter the premises to search infant related food manufacturing places and distributing places or supplying places, and search and seize all the items which are not followed according to this act, or according to it's not manufactured. This law is allowed to such. Power is given to enter and search. Power to choose infant milk substitute or container and thereof, because any inspector can search substitute bottle or food container. He also got a power to seize infant milk substitute or container. No such a substitute or food or bottle container shall be retained by the after a search, after seize the product. The inspector cannot keep themselves. The inspector can be substitute. They can be submitted to the higher official, authorized officer for period exceeding 90 days from the date of seizure. Suppose today you choose the product, food product, milk substituted product, that can be supplied, that can be given to the higher official within 90 days, because sometimes there is a chance for inspector and the supplier have a link. That link, to break that, they cannot take a decision. They can submit it to the authorized officer for further proceeding. So normally what will happen, if it is a drug product, means what they will take the samples and they keep 4 samples they'll take, and in this 1 sample they'll send it to the drug testing laboratories. Here also food testing laboratories are there. The higher officials send you to the food testing laboratories and test the product. What the inspector has found, whether it is correct or wrong, it is technically and scientifically can prove that what is went wrong. But all these things should be happen 90 days from the date of seizures, unless the approval of the district judge within the local limits of whose jurisdiction such seizure has been obtained from such retentions. It cannot keep longer time there without the district judge permissions. Confiscation. Any infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof, in respect of which any provision of act has been or being contravened, shall be liable for confiscation. See, any violations of for either manufacturing point, either supplying point, either it is a selling point, can be selling point either as a milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food. The act is giving leads to a liable to confiscation when you violate, because act is saying very clearly it's liable to confiscation. Anybody violate either may be a manufacturer, either may be a supplier, either may be a distributors, either may be a role player for in this other strategies people also who involved in the process. And power to give option to pay cost in the lieu of confiscation, because in confiscation is it is according to the legal part, either you can give for a fine or maybe pay some amount of fees. This is very clearly whenever any confiscation is authorized by this act, the court adjudicates it may subject to such condition as may be specified in the order adjudicating the confiscation due to the owner thereof an option to pay in lieu of confiscation such cost not exceeding the value of infant milk, because the infant milk they cheese there is a went wrong, but it is just like the expiry product, the product cost is for 20,000, but the fine should not be, not confiscation should not exceed it, not more than 20,000, it should be within this 20,000. Infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food container thereof, in respect of which confiscation is authorized as the court thinks fit, and the court only will finally decide the confiscation correct, what the fine they got it, it's final. That is a power to give option to pay a cost in the lieu of a confiscation. On payment of the cost ordered by the court, the seized infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container shall be returned to the person from whom it was seized, on the condition that such a person shall or before making any distribution or sale or supply of such a substitute or bottle or food container give effect of the provision of this act. Suppose after paying the confiscation, what the amount they say you paid, after payment of this amount you can return back whatever you seized, either maybe a milk substitute or infant food or maybe a container, and what the way you got it, what the conditions you got it, same conditions you have to return back to them, and they can and you can mention it, okay, hereafter sell it in this way or change the label or hereafter store it properly, and then you can go and continually this act is providing that options. Confiscation not to interfere with other punishment. No confiscation made or cost order to be paid under this act I'll give 2 minutes time. If you have any questions, you ask me. I'll come back within 2 minutes. If no questions, I'll continue. Please back. Confiscation not to interfere with other punishment. No confiscation made or cost ordered to be paid under this act shall prevent the infliction of any punishment to which the person affected thereby is liable under the provision of this act or under any other law. It cannot be related to other punishment. Only it is related to that. milk and milk substituted product. Adjudication, any confiscation may be adjudicated or cost may be ordered to be paid without any limit by the principal civil court when the matter has gone to the civil court of original jurisdiction. Original jurisdiction means the area which is belongs to that, where the violation is occurred within the local limits of whose jurisdictions such a confiscation has been made or costs have been ordered to be paid as the case or may be. Subject to such a limits as may be specified with the central government in this behalf by such other court not below a civil court having a pecuniary jurisdictions exceeding 5,000 rupees as the central government may by notification in the official gazette authorize in this behalf. Because any violation civil court can give maximum for a fine up to 5,000 rupees. That should be notified to the central government gazettes so that other people come to know that this so and so got a confiscation and they paid the fine, so that thereafter will be careful for making a milk and milk substituted and container other products. Giving opportunity to the owner of the seized infant milk substitute, feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof. Because as the owner is feeling that it's voluntarily, they kept the case on us. Actually, we supplied a good product. Unfortunately, it's went wrong for other way around. In that case, you can have an opportunity to go for a other chance to the owner or the proprietors, cheese infant milk substitute or feeding bottle infant food or container thereof. You can explain their views and then you can go for appeal to the higher court and get the relief if it is really true. The higher court will check whether it is whatever they given it's correct or not. Other really lower court what it says is correct or not, they'll check. It is first initially go to the civil court, then it go for higher level course and appeal. That's the continuation of that. There is a chance, is there an 18th point? There is a chance they can go for appeal. That's what this is the point. It's giving an opportunity to the owner of the seized infant milk substitute or feeding bottle or infant food or container thereof can go for appeal that what the civil judges has given can go for appeal. What did appeal give? Any person aggrieved by any decision of the court adjudicating a confiscations or ordering the payment of costs may prefer an appeal to the court to which an appeal lies from the decision of such a court. Once it is appealed, then that higher court will decide what the lower court is given correct, civil court is given correct or not. Based on that can be moved. The appellate court may, after giving the appellant an opportunity for being heard, they will take once again hear the case and pass such order is as it is think fit, confirming either can then confirm what the civil court is given or it can modify or revising the decision, order appealed against or maybe sent back to the case which said such a direction. There are many options are there in the like a normal case only. Any options like they can think, they can modify, they can confirm, they can revise the decision or order appealed against or may send back the case with such direction as it may think fit for a fresh decision or adjudications. As the case may be after taking additional evidence if necessary. During this appeal, the court can ask for additional evidence in both the side for inspectors can give or government side, otherwise in the manufacturer side they can give, they can take a decision on that. Penalty. The penalty, any person who contravenes the provisions of section 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. The 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 and all we discussed either prohibitions, either in the label claim, either in the promotional material, either in the educational material, either in the manufacturing process, either in the expiry date. All these 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 and all we discussed earlier. If they are violated or contravened, they'll go for the punishment. Punishment in that shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years. The fine or it will be extended to 3 years with the fine which may be extended to 5,000 rupees or both. Either as I told you, the lower government can give maximum fine of 5,000 rupees. Or if you go for appeal, the appeal also is saying that there is a punishable. The punishable period is either 3 years period or maybe a 5,000 rupees or maybe both. See, there are few more slides only there. If you have any question to ask me, I'll ready to answer for another 2-3 minutes. I'll wait for you. If no questions, shall I continue? Hello? Can anyone respond?
Yes, sir. No questions, sir.
Okay. Because you can ask me for earlier two topic also, because this topic there is a 45 slides are there. I'll be finishing after 10 minutes. I'll give another 5 minutes, last 5 minutes. You can ask some questions. Actually, all these three actors are not a very difficult one. Even my point of view, it means I have been asked to take the class I'm taking, because since it is a law, otherwise the government gazette order, I cannot talk above that level. Only I can make you better understanding, because it is purely for health related topics. Hope you understand my situations, which may be extend 3 years period or maybe 5 years or both. It will be for the penalty. Any persons who contravenes the provisions of sections 6 or subsections of 1 shall be punishable with imprisonment of term which shall not be less than 6 months. There is a section 6. Section 6 means, again you have to go back and see that what is a section 6 is saying. So we are kind of information. Section C is confirming information on container and label infant milk substitute. Meaning to say, anybody violated information on the containers and label of infant milk and substitute or infant food, these violations will be punished for 6 months, but which may be extended to 3 years, and with the fine which shall not be less than 2,000 rupees. 2,000, because the fine and penalty will be changed according to the violations. Either this 6th section is nothing but the information on containers and label infant milk. This is no way connected with the distributor and this one supplier. It's only connected with the manufacturer who made the label in that way, who made the label in this way. In that it go for violation. If it is a violation, it's a punishable for 6 months, but which may be extended to 3 years with a fine which shall not be less than 2,000 rupees. 2,000 rupees. Earlier one is for many reasons, the prohibition of prohibitions and other things. It go for 5,000 rupees with 3 years of imprisonment. Here it is a relaxation is there because of only the container part they are given. Depending on the case and case by case, it get into varies, and you also should know it. This is leads to a for 6 months and to 3 years and fine up to 2,000 rupees. Because basically these items are sometimes important if you take a career as a marketing. Because I noticed, I have seen many people are working for food product and infant substitute food, milk product, milk substitute, biscuits, and all. There are a lot of avenues are there. That's why they kept the syllabus for this part. Then you will come to know that how you have to follow these regulations and other things. That is highly helpful for you when you take a career as a marketing person. Marketing, sell of this product as a MBA marketing, or maybe it's other section for this unit is given about finance related. That I'm not going to discuss. I'll try my level best to give a hints for a few minutes, but a few things in and after completion of this milk substituted product. Cognizance of offences. A person authorized in this behalf under subsection 21 and section of 20 of the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954, an officer not below the rank of class 1 officer authorized in this behalf by general or special order by the government. Class 1 officer, you know, maybe the administrative office peoples. Represented such a voluntary organization engaged in the field of child welfare and development and child nutrition as the government may notification of official gazette authorized in this behalf to know about the cognizance of offense, what way it is run wrong, and that is a class 1 officer will be decide, and then and that also for organization who involve or engaged in this kind of child welfare activities. An offense by companies, the company who committed the mistake in the manufacturing site or manufacturing area or packing area or labeling place, what is container, what is the feed bottles, all these things are posed to the offense by the companies, where an offense under this act has been committed by a company. Every person who at the time the offense was committed was in charge of and was responsible to the company for the conduct of business of the company, as well as the company shall be deemed to be guilty of offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against, punishable accordingly. Then in company means there is a company officers will be there. Company officer will look into that, and who is in charge for that particular period. Suppose you are manufacturing one particular food items. In the food item, there is a particular shift, particular manager is there, particular supervisors, particular technical person who involved. All these people shall be punished by the offense. Even overall company will get a bad name, company also getting offense. That's what it says in this 22. Proceed against, punishable accordingly. Notwithstanding anything contains subsection where any offense under this act has been committed by a company and it is proved that offense has been committed with the consent or convenience or attributable to any neglect on the part any director, manager, secretary, other officer of the company. Such director, manager, secretary, other officer shall be deemed to be guilty of that offense and shall liable to the proceeded against the punishable accordingly. Because company means that's company have a managing directors, and for managers for the production department, manager for the quality control department, production for the sales department, like that. Here anything went wrong, which is purposefully and or negligently, because why is there negligible? So many negligible products are available in the market. Why they are taking care for infant milk? Infant milk substitute is very important because we are dealing with who's not able to say what is happening. Because to 4 months old child, even up to 2 years, what they say, if you give biscuit, it's laugh only, because we only to understand what difficulties they have. If anybody want to commit the negligence or particularly and purposefully, then it goes to the it taken it seriously. That's why the director of the company, manager of the company, secretary, another officer who involved in the process deemed to be guilty of that offense and shall be liable to proceed against and punished accordingly. What the legal post punishment I said earlier, it goes for up to sometime 3 years, 5,000, or other sections container feed bottle items, it go for 6 months to 2 years, or otherwise 2,000 rupees. It get into changes case by cases. But even judgment also can give based on this act what it says. Officer to be cognizable and bailable, and officers who involve offenses to be cognizable and bailable. It can take a bail and cognizable and bailable. Production of action taken to the good faith. Suppose this point is very valid point. I'll go for little detail on this, because any officers who involved in the searching of manufacturing site, supply and distributing site, and find that there is a violation, they taken the samples. After sample submission to the higher authority, then they move to the testing laboratories. After the testing laboratory, the result is not much error. In that case, you cannot ask the inspector, you did it wrong, you are against my company. Because generally we feel that public workers are, government workers are, they are taking the action based on that what they notified or what they noticed in the situations, area, what was happening. But anything is go what they thought it is not that way, it is going to be good enough. You cannot ask to take a action, and you have to protect the officers. That's what this 24 point says. I'll read clearly this act. No suit or prosecutions or other legal proceedings shall be against the central government. You cannot take any action on central government. That's even though it is generally we know every people's, that's why it's a central government or any state government, any officer of the central government or representative of such a voluntary organization which is notified under class C and subsection of 1 of section 21. Section 21, it says cognizance of offenses. 21, anything which is good in good faith done, intended to be done under this act, it will give a protections to the people who involve on behalf of the central government or state government or officer of the central government or voluntary organizations who involved in the process. Application of Act 37 of the 1954, not bad. The provision of this act, the rules made thereunder shall be in addition to and not in derogations of the Prevention of the Food Adulteration Act 1954, rules made thereunder. Food Adulteration Act is separate one, but it is in the Act 37, it comes under the milk substitute. Because of it may not be sufficient to address that, they brought it as another act. That act only is called as a Milk Substitute and Container Act 1992. Very after so many years only they brought it for the milk substituted product act. Anyhow, the food related act was there already in 1954 itself, but it needed another act. They brought it for 1992 specifically to the infant milk. Part 2 to make a rules, conditions and restrictions subject to which educational equipment and other material may be donated or distributed under the provision to class section 5. Section 5. That is what says that section 5 of this act says it. I read, donation of infant milk substitute or feeding or equipment material related to thereunder. That I told you very clearly. There you can give only donating the milk and milk substituted product only to the orphanage, not to the other places. That's what the section 5 is saying. Go back, that power is given to only the orphanage to be get into these things according to the Act 1992 and section 5. Language in which the notice and other particulars shall be indicated is subsection 6. Section 6, it is say that you have to mention the ingredients very clearly. You have to mention the composition very clearly. Other things should be in the local language where the sales are there. Usually you open the bottles, you can see the number of information in other language also. On bad things, you cannot read these letters. Letters are very small one and is sometimes very difficult to read. Somehow it will be there as in the pamphlet in the language, not only in English, where the product are selling, particular regional language also there. Particular which are to be indicated under class or subsection of section 6. Section 6 is information on container and label infant milk substitute for infant food. The particular which a container label shall not bear under class subsection 2 of the section 6. The matters to be included in the information which reach pregnant woman or mother of infants under class subsection section 7. Any other matter which is required to be or may be prescribed. That is what this says. Next, in nutshell, I'll go for this sections, the infant milk substitute. We have discussed a few things about advertisement, and then we moved about for a prohibition of relation to the infant milk, and we moved to this substitute feeding bottle infant milk, and we take said about for container and labels and educational material, what the healthcare system available and what the standardization required for feed bottles and infant foods, power of entry and search, confiscation, appeal, penalty and offenses. I'll give 5 minutes time. If you have any questions, you ask me. Otherwise, other 2 more topics are there, which I'm not going to cover. Just I'll read the syllabus. In my point, what I can say, and I'll say few more without slides. If you have any questions, you ask. Otherwise, I'll move to what other part of the syllabus in the unit. The unit, there are a 4 section. In the 4th section is law is pertaining to the health, whereas other sections are related to the finance, funding, and other things. I'll say, in my view, few points, and maybe others, resource person may take for section 1, 2, 3 of this unit. If you have any questions, you ask either me today class or yesterday class. I'll give 2-3 minutes time. Sir, director, sir. Sir, if you have questions, you can ask me the today's session or yesterday's sessions. And sir has given for the unit, there is a few more topics are there. That is for income tax, for donation, tax obligation, filing returns, and deduction, and sources. There is one unit. Another unit is the law of contracts, law of insurance, export and import policy. Another one is law related to the purchase and funding. Purchase and funding. Because I'll be not taking this 3 topic, I have took only this law pertaining to the health. In this, we have discussed for first Medical Termination and Pregnancy Act 1971. Another one I took Central Birth and Death Registration Act 1969, and they're following some amendments. And today we discuss for Infant Milk Substitute 91 and Feeding Bottles and the Infant Bottle Act 1992. If you have questions, you ask. Otherwise, I'll say few information about for the unit, same unit, and the obligation of income tax returns. Whatever I know little, because it's not in the part of it. I've been told to take little on this for small portions, but this other part is law pertaining to health as I completed. Please display slide number 32. Okay, wait 2 minutes. I'll send slide number 32. This one. On 32 is 1 minute. I have shared, sir, 32. Can you able to see this slide number 32? Hello, somebody asked questions on slide number 32 can be displayed. I displayed it. Just to go through it, because all this thing you can download straight away from this from the Google. It is just a Government of India Gazette order. You want to ask any question on this? It is for adjudication. If any confiscation may be adjudicated or cost may be ordered to be paid, because this is very clearly said central government may ask to pay for not more than not exceeding 5,000 rupees, not exceeding 5,000 rupees. That is maybe a fine amount. That's you can get in the civil court. Any other questions on this? I'll give 2 more minutes time. You can arise the questions. Otherwise, I'll move. This is a displayed slide number 32. Students, you have any other questions? In no other questions, I'll go through this filing returns for it is for income tax filing. For a few words about this filing, income tax returns filing you have to make from known sources. There is a some section will be there for 80, 80C, 80CC, and all the resources what you are getting money that will be credited your bank account or other sources, or through the salary form or other things that you have to file the returns. Usually the corporate companies will have a, like in the form of the CTC, the cost to the company. In that they'll ask to calculate this your basic pay and HRA, CCA and other things. In that basis, go for calculation. On the end of this financial year, maybe from the resource, what the bills are you are having, that you have to submit it to the office. Then initially they'll take a proposed one. Based on the proposed one, monthly they will deduct the tax. And the end of this financial year, from the January onwards, they'll collect the complete amount, and March they'll close the complete things. Then you have to file this through the income tax office and should get the clearance from there. That's what it say for that obligation deduction. And simple deductions are various sources you can deduct. You can take for a house loan, there is comes under one section. House loan principal is one section. House loan interest is common. If you have a house loan interest, it is for 100% deduction from the basic amounts. For principal amount, as a human, as a man, it's go for 2 lakhs rupees. You can go for under 80C. In the 80C, this house loan principal amount will be deducted. Even for your taken education loan for your son or daughters, after duly submitted for the documents, you can claim further under the 80G. Like that, even you donated for some other things. That's only basically for those who are in commerce or management people know, it can take in the better way this topic only. That topic have not been allotted for me. Anyhow, I have been told to take few words about this. That's why I'm saying this point. If you have any question for yesterday class and today class, you can raise, you can ask. I'll give 2-3 minutes times. Sir, Director, sir, you have anything to ask me? Sir? Or anybody can raise the voice? There is no questions. Actually, I'll go for in this one examination point of view. They may ask you what is if it is 2 mark questions or it is a essay type question. They'll ask questions like write about detail or describe about or write an essay about this particular act, because all the 3 acts are very important. Maybe it's highly useful for those who are going to take a career in marketing point of view for infant act. Whereas other people, generally you should know what this act is. Medical termination pregnancy act is so important, and can know generally for every common man how to terminate the pregnancy. If you know other questions, if you have questions, I'll give 5 more minutes. I'll wind up at 11:50 or 52. Until then, I'll wait for your questions. No other questions? Sir, many people said it's no questions in there. I leave at 11:50 anyhow, or 11:52. Okay. Actually, simply this act only that you can go through very easily. Even questions also will come on an essay type question. This is my point of view. See the previous year question paper based on that. I think you have a MCQ type any questions? Or only essay type questions?
No, sir. Essay type questions.
Essay type questions. In the essay type question, there is a chance to ask for 1 or 2 questions for this, or 1 question for this. Director, sir, do you have any question on to me, sir? Hello, sir. If you no questions, I leave at 11:50. Okay, thank you so much for everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Today we are going to see the topic, Unit 5 topic, classification and description of diseases and also nosocomial infection. Can anyone say difference between disease, illness and sickness? Can anyone say about this? Can anyone say the difference between disease and illness? Okay. I'll say the difference between disease, illness and sickness. The term disease literally means without ease. The opposite of ease, when something is wrong with bodily function. In short, disease is nothing but psychological and physiological dysfunction. Okay. Then coming to illness, illness refers not only to the presence of a specific disease, but also to the individual's perception and behavior in response to the disease, as well as the impact of the disease on the psychosocial environment. Then sickness. Sickness refers to a state of social dysfunction. In short, disease is nothing but a physiological and psychological dysfunction. Illness is a subjective state of a person who feels aware of not being well. And sickness is a state of social dysfunction, that is, a role that the individual assumes when ill. Sickness role. Okay. Coming to disease classification. Disease classified based on the part of body affected, the etiologic agent, the kind of morbid change produced by the disease, the kind of disturbance of function produced by the disease or injury. There is an international classification of disease. In previous revision, the International Classification of Disease 10 is arranged in 21 major chapters. Now in 2019, the International Classification of Disease 11, it is having 26 chapters. Coming to International Classification of Disease 10, it is arranged in 21 major chapters. The chapters are certain infection and parasitic disease. Next one is neoplasm, disease of blood and blood forming organ and certain disorder involving the immune mechanism, endocrine, nutritional and metabolic disease, mental and behavioral disorder, disease of the nervous system, disease of the eye and adnexa, disease of the ear and mastoid process, disease of the circulatory system, disease of the respiratory system, disease of the digestive system, disease of skin and subcutaneous tissue, disease of the musculoskeletal system and connective tissue, disease of genitourinary system, pregnancy, childbirth and puerperium, certain condition originating in perinatal period, congenital malformation, deformation and chromosomal abnormalities, symptoms, signs and abnormal clinical and laboratory findings not elsewhere classified. And then injury, poisoning and certain other consequences of external cause. External cause of morbidity and mortality, factor influencing health status and contact with health services. In this chapter, you can see some letters are there, no, alphabets and then some digits. This is the coding system. The first character of ICD-10 code is a letter, and each letter is associated with particular chapter, except for the letter D, which is used in chapter 2 and 3 also, and letter H, which is used in chapter 7 and also in chapter 8. Chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 19, and chapter 20 use more than one letter in the first position of their code. Each chapter contains sufficient 3-character category to cover its contents. Not all the available codes are used, allowing space for future revision and expansion. The range of categories is given in parentheses after each block title. Although not mandatory for reporting at the international level, most of the 3-character categories are subdivided by means of 4th numeric character after a decimal point, allowing up to 10 subcategories. When a 3-character category is not subdivided, it is recommended that the letter X be used to fill the 4th position so that the codes of a standard length for data processing. The unused U code U00 to 49 are to be used for provisional assignment of new disease of uncertain etiology. Codes 050 to U50 to U99 may be used in research. Example, when testing an alternative subclassification for a special project. Everyone understand about this coding system? Any doubts? Any doubts in this coding system? Okay. Coming to International Classification of Disease, 11th revision, presented in World Health Assembly in 2019. The classification of disease in 11th revision is as follows. Infectious diseases, neoplasm, disease of blood and blood-forming organ, disorders of immune system, condition related to sexual health, endocrine, nutritional and metabolic diseases, mental and behavioral disorder, sleep-wake disorder, disease of higher nexa, disease of the nervous system, disease of ear and mastoid process, disease of circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, and disease of the skin, disease of musculoskeletal system and connective tissue, disease of genitourinary system, pregnancy, childbirth, and the puerperium, certain conditions originating in the perinatal and neonatal period, developmental anomalies, and symptoms, sign, clinical form, and abnormal clinical and laboratory findings not elsewhere classified, injury, poisoning, and certain other consequences of external causes of morbidity and mortality, factor influencing health status and contact with health services, codes for special purposes, extension codes. These are all international classification of diseases, chapter 11, containing 26 chapters. Okay. Before entering into nosocomial infection, you have to know certain terminologies. First is infection. The entry and development of multiplication of an infectious agent in an organism, including the body of man or animal. It also implies that the body responds in some way to defend itself against the invader, either in the form of immune response or disease. An infection does not always cause illness. There are several levels of infection. One is colonization, example staph aureus in skin and normal nasopharynx, subclinical or inapparent infection, latent infection, example is virus of herpes simplex, and manifest or clinical infection. Subclinical or inapparent infection. It is nothing but infection associated with no detectable symptoms, but caused by microorganisms capable of producing easily recognizable disease. It can be tested only by lab reports, lab testing. Then latent infection. The infection remains dormant in our body without causing any symptoms. Clinical infection, it is nothing but it will cause disease, it will cause symptoms. Then we can identify the disease and we can treat the disease disorders. Coming to contamination. The contamination is nothing but the presence of infectious agent on a body surface, also on or in cloth, bedding, toys, surgical instruments or dressings or other inanimate articles or substance including water, milk and food. Pollution is distinct from contamination and implies the presence of offensive but not necessarily infectious matter in the environment. Contamination on a body surface does not imply a carrier state. Then coming to infestation, for persons or animals, the lodgement and development and reproduction of arthropods on the surface of body or in the clothing, example lice, itch mite, etc. Some authorities use the term to describe invasion of gut by parasitic worm, example ascariasis. Infested article or premises are those which harbor or give shelter to animal forms, especially arthropods and rodents. Then coming to host, a person or other living animal, including birds and arthropods, that afford subsistence or lodgement to an infectious agent under natural conditions. An obligate host means the only host. Example, man in measles and typhoid fever. Host in which the parasite attains maturity or passes its sexual stage or primary or definitive host. Those in which the parasite is in a larval or asexual state. It is called as a secondary or intermediate host. A transport host is a carrier in which the organism remains alive but does not undergo development. Coming to infectious disease. A disease due to infectious agent. While some infectious diseases are contagious, others are non-contagious. All infectious disease and infestation are communicable disease. Contagious diseases, a disease that is transmitted through contact. Example, scabies, trachoma, sexually transmitted diseases, and leprosy. Coming to communicable disease, an illness due to a specific infectious agent or its toxic products that arise through transmission of that agent or its products from an infected person, animal, or reservoir to a susceptible host, either directly or indirectly through an intermediate plant or animal host, vector, or the inanimate environment. Coming to epidemic. Epi means upon. Demos means people. Demography is nothing but people know. So epi means upon and demos means people. The occurrence in a community or region of cases of illness, specific health-related behavior or other health-related event clearly in excess or normal expectancy. The community or region and the period in which the cases occur must be specified precisely. The number of cases indicating the presence of an epidemic varies according to the agent, size, type of population exposed, previous experience or lack of exposure to the disease, and time and place of occurrence. Thus, epidemicity is relative to usual frequency of the disease in the same area among the specified population at the same season of the year. So, in short, epidemic Then coming to types of epidemic. 3 major types of epidemics may be distinguished. Common source epidemic, propagated epidemic, slow or modern epidemic. Common source epidemic, it is divided into single exposure or point source epidemic. Another one is continuous or multiple exposure epidemic. Propagated epidemic is person to person or arthropod vector or animal reservoir. Then third one is slow epidemic. Common source epidemic in this point source. The main feature of point source epidemic are the epidemic curve rises and falls rapidly with no secondary waves. The epidemic tend to be explosive. There is clustering of cases within a narrow interval of time. More importantly, all the cases develop within one incubation period of disease. Continuous exposure. Sometimes the exposure from the same source may be prolonged, repeated, or intermittent, not necessarily at the same time or place. Waterborne cholera is a familiar example. The epidemic reaches a sharp peak but tails off gradually over a longer period of time. Coming to propagated epidemic, the propagated epidemic is most often of infectious origin and results from person-to-person transmission of infectious agent. The epidemic usually shows a gradual rise and tails off over a much longer period of time. So we will see some examples of single exposure or point source epidemic. The main example is Bhopal gas tragedy in India and Minamata disease in Japan, resulting from consumption of fish containing high concentration of methyl mercury. In common source, continuous or repeated exposure, the main example is waterborne cholera that will have a steady rise and a gradual fall. In propagated epidemic, the example will be epidemics of hepatitis A and polio. Coming to endemic, N means in, demos means people. It refers to constant presence of a disease or infectious agent within a given geographic area or population group without importation from outside. May also refers to the usual or expected frequency of disease within such area or population group. The best example is in common cold. Everyone will be having common cold, so it is an endemic. Coming to the term hyperendemic, it expresses that the disease is constantly present at a higher incidence or prevalence rate and affect all age group equally. The term holoendemic, a high level of infection being early in life and affecting most of the child population, leading to state of equilibrium such that the adult population shows evidence of the disease much less commonly than do the children, as in the case of malaria. And endemic diseases, when conditions are favorable, may burst into an epidemic. Example, hepatitis A, typhoid fever. It is a type of propagated epidemic. As new control or preventive measures are applied, the endemic status of the disease may change. Coming to sporadic, the word sporadic means scattered about. The cases occur irregularly, haphazardly, from time to time, and generally infrequent. The cases are so few and separated widely in space and time that they show little or no connection with each other, nor a recognizable common source of infection. Example, tetanus, herpes zoster, and meningococcal meningitis. A sporadic disease may be the starting point of an epidemic when conditions are favorable for its spread. Many zoonotic diseases are characterized by sporadic transmission to man. Coming to pandemic, an epidemic occurring over a very wide area, crossing international boundaries, and usually affecting a large number of people. Only some pandemic cause severe diseases in some individual or at the population level. So, a very common example everyone knows is a COVID. COVID is one of the pandemic. The characteristics of an infectious agent influencing the causation of a pandemic include the agent must be able to infect human to cause disease in human and to spread easily from human to human. Examples are influenza pandemics, that is COVID, and cholera pandemics. Coming to exotic. Exotic is nothing but a disease which are imported into a country in which they do not otherwise occur. It is imported from other countries. Okay. Usually it is not present in our country, but it should be imported from other countries. Coming to opportunistic infection. Infection with organisms that are normally innocuous. Innocuous is nothing but normally present in our body, like normal flora that do not infect ourselves. But in certain subsequence, it will affect the normal flora itself affect our body. Example commences in the human but become pathogenic when the body's immunological defense are compromised, as in AIDS, etc. Coming to nosocomial infection. Nosocomial infection is also known as hospital-acquired infection, is cross-infection of one patient by another or by doctor, nurses, and other hospital staff while in hospital. A high frequency of nosocomial infection is evidence of a poor quality of health services delivery. Many factors contribute to the frequency of nosocomial infections. Hospitalized patients are often immunocompromised. They undergo invasive examination and treatment, and patient care practices and the hospital environment may facilitate the transmission of microorganisms among patients. The selective pressure of intense antibiotic use promote antibiotic resistance. While progress in the prevention of nosocomial infections has been made, changes in medical practice continually present new opportunities for development of infection. Definition of nosocomial infection. Nosocomial infection, also known as hospital-acquired infection or infection acquired during hospital care which are not present or incubating at admission. Infection occurring more than 48 hours after admission are usually considered nosocomial. Definitions to identify nosocomial infection have been developed for specific infection site, example urinary and pulmonary. Nosocomial infection may also be considered either endemic or epidemic. Endemic is nothing but constant presence of disease in a community. Epidemic, which is nothing but an increase in a number of disease in a particular geographical area. Endemic infection are most common in nosocomial infection. Epidemic infection occur during an outbreak defined as an unusual increase above the baseline of a specific infection or infecting organism. Changes in healthcare delivery have resulted in shorter hospital stay and increased outpatient care. It has been suggested that the term nosocomial infection should encompass infections occurring in patients receiving treatment in any healthcare setting. Infection acquired by staff or visitors to the hospital or other healthcare settings may also be considered nosocomial infection. Till now, any doubt? Till now, any doubt about the terminologies? Okay. Coming to types of nosocomial infection. There are certain types of nosocomial infection. One is surgical site infection, another is urinary infection, next is respiratory infection, next is vascular catheter infection, next one is septicemia. That's all. In surgical site infection, any purulent discharge, abscess, or spreading cellulitis at the surgical site during the month after the operation. Urinary infection is mainly identified by positive urine culture, 1 or 2 species with at least 10 power 5 bacteremia per ml with or without clinical symptoms. Respiratory infection, the respiratory symptoms with at least 2 of the following signs appearing during hospitalization. One is cough, next is purulent sputum, next one is new infiltrate on chest radiograph consistent with infection. Next, coming to vascular catheter infection, it is mainly by inflammation, lymphangitis, or purulent discharge at the insertion site of the catheter. And last one is septicemia. Septicemia, the main symptoms are fever or rigor and at least 1 positive blood culture. According to French National Prevalence Survey, the distribution of site of nosocomial infection. The most common is urinary tract infection. Next one is lower respiratory tract infection. And then the surgical site, then skin and soft tissue infection. And next one is bacteremia. Next one is respiratory tract infection. That is other, like upper respiratory tract infection, etc. And then there will be ENT and eye infection and catheter site infection, and small group contribute to others. Coming to hospital acquired infection may be considered from 3 angles. One is source, next one is route of spread, and another one is recipients. Coming to source. The source or patient, hospital staff, and the environment. First one is patient. The patient suffering from infectious diseases or potential source of infection. These cases may be certain viral infection, that is measles, German measles. German measles is nothing but a mumps, rubella, influenza, and viral hepatitis. And also skin infection like discharging wound, infected skin lesions, eczema, psoriasis, boils, and bed sores. Even the scales in psoriasis can also spread to other patients, and then they will acquire the infection. Respiratory infection, the sore throat, pulmonary tuberculosis, chest infection usually spread by droplets. Coming to urinary tract infection, the main urinary tract infection is E. coli. Sorry for the mistake. All these are very common source of hospital acquired infection. Coming to staph, staph will also spread infection to patients, mainly by Staphylococcal aureus is commonly carried in the nose or on the skin. And also in hemolytic streptococci may be carried in the throat and salmonella in the gut. Coming to environment, the hospital environment, that is the hospital dust, linen, bed cloths, furniture, sinks, basins, door handles, and even the air is laden with microorganisms and is thus an important source of infection. Next, coming to route of spread. First, we saw who all are all the sources. One is patient itself, another one is hospital staff, and next one is hospital environment. Now coming to routes of spread. The common routes of spread of cross infection are direct contact, droplet infection, airborne particle, release of hospital dust into air, and through hospital procedures. First, we will see briefly about all these headings. First, coming to direct contact, that is, the organism may be transferred directly from the hands of a nurse or doctors to a susceptible patient. Then is droplet infection. Example is droplet released from nose and throat through coughing or sneezing. Next is airborne particles that will be present in air for some period of time. So it can be prevented by fumigation. Next is release of hospital dust into the air. Next is through various hospital procedures, namely the catheterization, both urinary catheter as well as a Venflon, and next intravenous procedures. And then the infected catgut, that is a suture material. Then in case of dressing itself will cause an infection. And then sputum cups, bedpans, urinals, etc. Coming to recipients. All patients in hospitals are potential recipients of cross-infection. Some patients are more susceptible than others, especially those who are severely ill and those under corticosteroid therapy, because corticosteroid therapy will reduce their immunity, so they will acquire infection more often. Then cross-infection is greater in intensive care units, urological and geriatric wards, and in special baby care units. Because these are all the areas the patients will be having low immunity. Then how these nosocomial infections are prevented? The main preventive measures are isolation. Infectious patients must be isolated. Patients who are susceptible to infection should not be placed in bed next to patients who are a source of infection. They should be isolated. That is the main important point for prevention of nosocomial infection. Next one is hospital staff. Those who are suffering from skin diseases, sore throat, common cold, ear infection, diarrhea or dysentery, and other infectious ailments should be kept away from work until completely cured. They should be careful about personal hygiene and in regular changes of apron, outer clothing, etc. Then coming to hand wash. The most common route of infection is via the hands. So it is prevented by hand washing. Can anyone say the steps of hand washing? Can anyone say the steps of hand washing? Okay. In next slide, I will explain the steps of hand washing. The most common route of infection is via hands. When dealing with patients, hand washing must be thorough. When hand washing with soap and water is not sufficient, a suitable alcohol-based disinfectant must be employed for hand washing. In the year 2009, WHO developed guidelines for hand hygiene known as clean care is safer care. It should be followed to improve the standard of hand hygiene practices. Coming to steps of hand washing, this is very important in your day-to-day life also. First, you have to rinse your hand with soap and water, and then first step is palm over palm. You should rinse your hand one palm over the other palm, and then back over back to another back of the hand, and then interdigital spaces between each digits. You have to wash your hands, and then fingertips. The fingertips will be having more contamination, so it should be washed thoroughly. And then thumbs and nails should be cut regularly to avoid cross infections. Okay, and then wrist up to elbow. You have to wash your hands up to elbow. That's very important. So the main steps of hand washing are palm over palm, and then back over back, and then interdigital spaces, and then the fingertips, thumbs and nail, and then wrist up to elbow. Coming to next, the main source of infection prevention is dust control. Hospital dust contain numerous bacteria and viruses. The dust is released during sweeping, dusting, and bed making. Suppression of dust by wet dusting and vacuum cleaning are important control measures. Next is disinfection. The articles used by the patient as well as the patient urine, feces, sputum should be properly disinfected. Proper sterilization of instruments should be enforced. Then coming to control of droplet infection, use of face mask, proper bed spacing, prevention of overcrowding, ensuring adequate lighting and ventilation are important control measures to prevent droplet infection. These droplet infections are also prevented by regular fumigation of that area. Then coming to nursing technique. Barrier nursing and task nursing have also been recommended to minimize cross infection. Then administrative measures. There should be a hospital control of infection committee to formulate policies regarding admission of infectious cases, isolation facilities, disinfection procedure, and in fact all matters relating to control of hospital acquired infection. So the main preventive measures, one is isolation, next one is hospital staff, next one is hand washing. This is a very important and very useful in our day-to-day lives also. And next one is dust control, and next is disinfection and control of droplet infection and nursing technique, and then administrative measures. Administrative measures is also helpful, whether the hospital is clean, etc., and that is also helpful in prevention of nosocomial infection. Then coming to infection, nosocomial, what are all the nosocomial infections? The 4 most common nosocomial infections are urinary tract infection, surgical wound infection, pneumonia, and primary bloodstream infection. Urinary tract infection occur mainly because of catheterization, and surgical wound infection occur because if there is any wound gaping, wound leak, pus leaking, etc., that will cause surgical wound infection. And pneumonia is mainly spread by droplet infection. And primary bloodstream infection, that is mainly by venflon. Each of these is associated with invasive medical device or invasive procedures. Specific policies and practices to minimize these infections must be established, reviewed, and updated regularly, and compliance monitored. What are the measures to prevent all these 4 nosocomial infections? First, coming to urinary tract infection, limit duration of catheter. First, you can limit the duration of catheter. Next, aseptic technique at insertion should be followed. Then maintain closed drainage. Antiseptic added to drainage bag. Antimicrobial coated catheter is used. Daily antiseptic perineal cleaning should be done. Systemic antibiotic prophylaxis is not that much helpful, and also bladder irrigation or instillation of normal saline antiseptic or antibiotic is also not that much effective. Then coming to surgical site infection, surgical techniques like clean operating environment should be there, staff attire, limiting pre-operative hospital stay, pre-operative shower and local skin preparation of patients, optimal antibiotic prophylaxis, aseptic practice in operating rooms, surgical wound surveillance. These are all to be proven effective Fumigation and pre-operative shaving is not that much proven effective. Then coming to pneumonia, ventilator associated. The pneumonia is mainly, one is ventilatory associated pneumonia, another one is hospital acquired pneumonia. When patient is in ventilation, you should follow certain measures like aseptic incubation and suctioning should be limit duration, and non-invasive ventilation should be followed mainly, and others like influenza vaccination for staffs and isolation policy, sterile water for oxygen and aerosol therapy, prevention of Legionella and Aspergillus during renovations. And proven not effective is digestive decontamination for all patients, changes of ventilator circuit every 48 to 72 hours. Coming to vascular device infection, all catheter should be in closed system, limit duration, local skin preparation, aseptic technique at insertion, and also removal if infection suspected. And in central lines, surgical asepsis for insertion, limitation of frequency of dressing changes, antibiotic coated catheter for short term. And proven not effective is antimicrobial cream for skin preparation. Standard precautions. This nosocomial infection is prevented by certain standard precautions. One is it should be applied to care of all patients. This includes limiting healthcare workers, contact with all secretions or biological fluids, skin lesions, mucous membrane, and blood or body fluids. Healthcare worker must wear gloves for each contact with which may lead to contamination, and also gown, mask, and eye protection where contamination of cloths or the face is anticipated. Consideration for protection clothing include gown should be washable material. It should be buttoned or tied at the back and protected if necessary by a plastic apron. Gloves it is an inexpensive plastic glove or available, and usually it is sufficient, and it should be changed for each patient. And mask, surgical mask made of cloth or paper may be used to protect from splashes, and it should be changed regularly. What are all the standard precautions is followed for all patients? One is wash hand promptly after contact with infective material. Use no-touch technique wherever possible. Wear gloves when in contact with blood, body fluid, secretions, excretion, mucous membrane, and contaminated items. Wash hand immediately after removing gloves. All sharps should be handled with extreme care. Clean up spills of infective material promptly. Ensure that patient care equipment, supplies, and linen contaminated with infective material is either discarded or disinfected or sterilized between each patient use. Ensure appropriate waste handling. If no washing machine is available for linen soiled with infective material, the linen can be boiled. When healthcare worker are at risk of acquiring infection through occupational exposure. Hospital employees can also transmit infection to patients and other employees. Thus, a program must be in place to prevent and manage infections in hospital staff. One is the employee health should be reviewed at recruitment, including immunization history and previous exposure to communicable disease, example tuberculosis, and immune status. Some previous infections, example varicella zoster virus, may be assessed by serological test. So all this infection by staph can be mainly prevented by immunization. So immunization recommends for staph include hepatitis A and hepatitis B here, and then early influenza to prevent pneumonia, and then measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, and diphtheria. If any sharp injury happen, then tetanus is must. Then immunization against varicella may be considered in specific cases. Then the Mantoux skin test will document a previous tuberculosis infection and must be obtained as a baseline. So specific post-exposure policies must be developed and compliance ensured for human immunodeficiency virus, that is HIV/AIDS, and then hepatitis A virus, hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C virus, and then Neisseria meningitidis, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, varicella zoster virus, hepatitis E virus, and then Corynebacterium diphtheriae, Bordetella pertussis, and rabies. Because the hepatitis B will spread through sweat itself. So it's very important for post-exposure prophylaxis. That's all. Thank you. Any doubts? Anybody having any doubts? Everyone understood? Nosocomial infection is most important topic that they may ask as 5 mark or 10 mark questions. This prevention of nosocomial infection is also very important, and the terminologies like infection, epidemic, endemic, sporadic, pandemic, the terminologies is also very important. They may ask as 2 mark or 5 mark. Okay. Any doubt regarding this topic? Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes time. If anyone is having any doubt, can approach me. Okay. Thank you for your participation. I thank Director Sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, hi, good afternoon. Is everyone is here? Shall we start the class? Okay. Yesterday, where we left this built-in equipment, depreciable equipment, non-depreciable equipment. Built-in equipment is comes under that construction slabs, kitchen slabs, that hospital elevators, racks. It will come under built-in equipment. Depreciable equipment means the equipment which we are buying will last for 5 years, more than 5 years, and it will be a big we are buying for big operations. It means that diagnostic and therapeutic equipment, laboratory instruments, office furnitures, these are all come under depreciable equipment because we can't change often. Office furnitures we can't change that often because it will cost a lot. So it should last at least 5 years. That's depreciable equipment, and it will come under furniture that costing. It will not come under construction costing. Okay, depreciable equipment. Non-depreciable equipment means these are small items. These are small items with a low unit cost. It means we can use these items in kitchen utensils, surgical instruments, linen waste baskets. These are all the examples, and it will also it will not become under construction contracts. Uh, okay. Next is why plan. Why we are planning to avoid these main causes: lack of funds, improper management. We should not exceed our budget, and we should know how to manage our budget with these requirements. We should satisfy our clients' needs, and we should give comfort to our patients, and also we should know how to maintain this without lack of funds. Improper management, it should be proper maintenance, proper planning. We can avoid these problems before planning. Okay, for this only we are planning cycle. Next thing, for planning cycle is four types: planning, assessment, acquisition, disposition. Planning we all know. Yesterday I said about more planning. What we are planning, when we are going to plan. For every process we have to ask first our ourselves own questions. We have to raise own questions: what we are going to do, when we are going to do. Assessment also, why we are doing that assessment, for who we are doing that assessment. Acquisition, how, and cost, how cost it is. Like the disposition means what, when under proper disposition comes under equipments running process, and we have to check this equipment will be worth for this room. We have to check that it will be very useful for us for checking disposition. We have to analyze these things before planning and equipping, because it's not a small project, it's a big project. We should have two options. This is planning cycle. Equipment planning. Systematic approach to determine the hospital's equipment needs. Yesterday, I said we have to decide first what are the things we are going to do, and in which room, which types of equipments we will accomplish the rooms, and we have to satisfy our patients' needs, so that only it will be safe for them. So we have to analyze, and we need to complete accurate medical equipment inventory. It's like purchasing cost, purchase date, equipment type, department name. These are all the things we should analyze before. We have to check online, or we can go for a shop and we can analyze those things before we are giving to client. We have to analyze 2 to 3 shops, which is quality and quantity. We have to check everything, in what position that equipment is running, everything we have to see. Equipment planning, equipment is the most important thing in hospital, because in case of any emergency this equipment will not work, means that will be a more dangerous for patient, and it will cost a life. So we have to analyze everything, purchase date and warranty, guarantee, everything we have to take a list, and we should compare with every shop, which is okay, which is not okay. Like that, we have to analyze these things. Next thing is clinical effectiveness, availability. How often it breaks? When we are when we bought that equipment, and how often it breaks. These are all the equipment things we have to analyze. If we are going to shop, what we have to do? We will ask them guarantee and warranty cards, and what are all the things we should do, we know, and how to maintain that equipments, that and all we have to ask them clearly and note it down and make a document for our reference. It will be more helpful. Downtime duration, age over 7 years, very difficult to get parts. If it is a ancient equipment, means if there is any damage, or often it will get repair, means there will be no availability of parts, so it will take a longer time to repair that, like old age bikes, cars, like that. Although we don't get spare parts that much easily, we won't get in equipment also. It's like we should not buy that much old equipments. Whatever service center, if we buy a laptop, we will see what are all the service centers near. For example, Samsung, if we have Samsung service center, we will prefer only Samsung phones. If we don't have any service center, uh, then we will hesitate to buy. If any damage repairs, means how we will accurate, like that. We should analyze those things also, and it will be helpful for us, because it's a hospital. If any emergency cases, it's coming, means we should not, and we cannot handle it, so we have to analyze that. Accuracy, effectiveness of diagnosis and treatment, and how the machines are working, and what will do, and effectiveness, if we use this machine, and how it works, treatment, everything we have to analyze. And for this analyzing, we need some hospital administrator, and or any nurses, or before anyone works in this special things, we have to pick up with us, so that it will be easy for us to ask any questions in shops or anything. Speed of procedure, how fast it curing, is this machine is workable, or we have any two options, two machines, two equipments, so we have to compare which one is good. If this is speed, means is there any disadvantage, uh, we have to analyze that also. Spare critical equipment for emergency use, it will, in case of emergency, any repair, we have to have any spare. Okay, this machine is repair, okay, we can use this. For example, if, what now power cut is happen, means we have to go with another option, inventor, UPS. We are having that options. So we have to prefer, and we have to always we should have that plan B options. So like that in equipments also we should have that spare equipments. We should not go spare equipments for every rooms. We cannot afford that much cost, and in big equipments also we cannot cost. In we have to analyze what are the most common equipments we have used, and which one will be repaired frequently, and which one will require spare. We have to analyze that also, so that it will be useful for patients and nurses. These are the clinical effectiveness. Next thing is cost of ownership. Cost of ownership, consumables, consumption, cost, volume, and usage frequency. If we are buying that equipment, we should check in which frequency we have to use. What's the correct usage that equipment. We should not increase that also, and we should have experienced person in that place. We should have any experienced persons, and we should check the speed. Faster studies is equal to more patient throughput. Everything we have to analyze, and we should have any guidance or hospital administration's advice, so that it will be easy to question and analyze that part. Medical expenditure limit, it cost of maintenance and repair versus replace. We should before we are quoting, we should also consider these points, and how we are going to maintain that cost. If any machines is repairing frequently, we should be the responsible for that. Client will not be responsible, because we suggest that equipment. So this should be analysis first. Second hand resale value or trade in price. Okay, we have to, before we are buying any costliest equipment, we have to analyze. Is this will be more usage or less usage? If we are using very rarely this equipment, and it will not be useful in this place, and but it will need in case of emergency, any need means, we can go with second resale value, because it will be useful for our budget budgeting things. So we can go that, but before going that, it should be in running condition. It should not be in good on, or it should not be in any shops that we have to change any parts. It should be in running condition, so that um, we can buy this resale value, second hand resale value. Because this is a hospital equipment, we should be very very careful in every equipments handling. We should know, and we should hire appropriate and proper who knows to handle all these things, and we should get advice how to use this, and what are the things first we need to analyze also. We should get help from hospital administrator. Sorry for the issue. There's a network problem, so my windows are closed. Sorry for the issue. Okay, shall we start? Advantages of assessment. To select the correct equipment to purchase. Before we are doing, what is the purpose? I asked that 6 questions yesterday class. I talked about that 6 questions. In topics. So advantages of is we can compare easily. After completing all the analysis, we should compare every every process. We should review that is this correct or not. Everything we should review, and it should be helpful at last. For we have to show that to client. We have this much of comparison, and which is okay. It's useful for client to select that. So this is the major advantage of assessment, and we should know what are all the needs we have, and everything will be noted as document for clients. So it will be useful for us. Quicken the assessment process for the same equipment type. For equipment type also, we should do the assessment process, and everything we have to plan before. And client will ask, okay, this is the only option, or do you have any other option? It will be easy and at that time to explain for us. This is the main advantages of assessment. Not only for this process, every process we have to analyze what are all the flaws and drawbacks we have to face. Not advantages and disadvantages is main thing we have to analyze. Next thing is key points. In Now only technology has developed a lot, and we have lots of equipments and easy scanning. In ancient days, there will not be this much equipment. There will be on ICU, CCU theater, operation theater, etc. That will be only in ancient days. But nowadays a hospital has every in every department there will be more equipment for this process, that process. And we are scanning in during pregnancy time also. Now we are scanning 4 to 5 times before delivery also. Ninth month there will be on scanning how the baby's health, how active is baby. And ancient times there will not be this much technology, and they will say if we scan more times it will affect the baby, that rays will affect the baby, so they will not scan only one scan. And nowadays we can easily analyze what's the problem for baby, and we can cure during pregnancy time itself. So these are technology improvement in. So we should also update like that. While we designing, we should have everything in mind. How the technology is going now, what are the uses and disadvantages also. We should we should think. Effective placement and safe use of medical equipment does improve patient care and enhance workflows. And this will be good for to cure patients disease as early as possible. And we can if we have any problem, if anybody, if this is the first stage of cancer and we can cure it by this treatment, and we have that facilities. Chennai every facilities is there. In village, now also in village there is a less facilities that like that. In ancient days there will not be this much facilities, and there will not be this much disease also. And nowadays technology increasing and disease also increasing, uh, and we have to we should have that equipment to cure the diseases. So So we should design or we should select like that, and we need to know what are the requirements needs. Training on an ongoing basic to ensure effective and safe use of the equipment and your role in unlikely event. While handling the equipments, we should that staff should have proper training, and they should maintenance that equipment, and they should take care of that. And if today's process is done, what should we what should we do for maintaining the equipment? If there is any dust, scanning the every equipment will be dusted daily, and we should take care of the equipment. It depends of the uses of the equipment. Even that something unforeseen happens that could or did contribute to a patient injury, it should cure that patient's injury, and we should um, what to say we should patients should have faith on us. Okay, this will be cured by this, they are having more facility, so they will be cure us earlier, and we will get and we gets get well, and they should have that faith on us. Height of hospital equipment, shelving and layout should allow easy access to hospital staff of an average height. Every equipment and hospitals shelving also we should be it should be in standard sizes. It should not be below standard. It should not be above standard. Every norms will be checked, and after it is having a standard sizes, then only they will give approval. So we should not have problem at the stage of approval. Before planning itself, um, we should plan every problems. It will be follow on for all diagnostic units, which should be suitably adjustable to cater to all heights or sizes of patients. We should not give more length or less length for anything. Yeah, everything is standards, and we can adjust. That's the most comfort thing in technology, and we have nowadays. So we have to think every points in our mind, so that only we can get what we want, what patient needs at that time, and what they need to get cure. Everything we have to think. Next thing is hospital. There are more rules and regulations, more norms. Everything is there. We have to, if hospital management, it depends on union government hospitals, they have different norms. State government, they have different norms. Autonomous, for college also, they have autonomous and non-autonomous syllabus. um, like that, in hospital also there are more types, and we first we think for whom we are going to design. For that we have to analyze. Private hospitals means there will be different rules and regulations. Rules and regulation norms means it will not change that room sizes and equipment sizes. It won't change that, and functions and some basic things it will change. Every equipments and beds are all the same size, and treatment will be same, and any rules and regulations for us, it will change in minor thing only. But we should know what is the thing we are going to design, and we should know before itself. This is a hospital based on system. Yesterday I said that for which hospital, which department we are planning, and this is also most important thing. For homeopathic hospital, allopathic, Ayurvedic, Unani hospital means Unani hospital they will give some Greek treatments. So based on that we have to buy a equipments. Greek treatment, how they are using, we have to analyze that hospital also. For what we are designing, for whom we are designing, why we are designing. These are all the main things before going to design we have to analyze. So homeopathic hospitals is mostly it will be it will not get more hospital smells, injection smells. There will be more tablets, and it will be look like greenish landscape design. It percent, and there will not be more equipments. So like that we have to analyze for which hospital we are going to do, and what are all the requirements they need, and what should if we are giving any equipment, or it will be, we have to think it will be useful for them, or it will be waste of money or waste of place, or it will not be useful like other system. Other than this also we have more hospital systems, more treatments for where we are designing around village or city. It depends upon that treatment also. So we have to take a report regarding these also. Next thing is outpatient department. We have to analyze what they are doing in outpatient departments. These things are known for doctors, but for designers they won't know what will they do, and what are all the possible diseases in that around that village, and how much per day how much peoples will come, how much uh, what are the facilities we have to give for them, and how much waiting area places, like that we have to consult, so that we can assume that this much place is enough for this room. Okay, only small activities will be done at this time, so it is enough for them. Like that we will analyze. In outpatient department there will be consultation with doctor, undergo investigation on what their problems, minor procedures, health education, receive specialty services, rehabilitation services. This is main basic things we have to analyze, and we need to know, is there any options and any possibilities, any another works um, we need to provide in that room. Like that they have another department also, medical, surgical, OB and gynecologist, ophthalmology, ENT, pediatrics. Like this also in every room we have to analyze what are the processes going on that room, and what we want to provide that room, and we should satisfy everyone's needs in that place. um, in yeah, every time every time we should not satisfy only patient needs, doctors needs also we should satisfy. We should comfort both the users, patient and doctors, both the users we should comfort. And if we are giving any designs or any extra facilities, it should be useful for patient. Other than that it will not be okay, this is not nice, and this is more uncomfortable for me. The patient should not feel like that. uh, we should give them more comfort. Next thing, emergency or casualty department. What are all the cases in emergency department? It will come, and in which place we have to locate them. Like that also we should place. We should have two entrance. A normal entrance, emergency entrance we should have. So near that emergency entrance, we should provide our emergency rooms. In plants, it will play a major role. Uh, in which cases emergency rooms will be useful for accidents, patients with cardiac arrest, patients with breathing difficulty. This will be the emergency causes, and we have to analyze that also to give um, first in emergency cases we should do everyone will do that first aid. For doing that first aid, what will we have to give them proper equipments. Okay, cardiac arrest means what equipment they need, they need for first aid. Breathing difficulty means what equipment we need to give. After that only, after giving first aid, then anyone will start the treatment. So before that, we should give them availability, uh, every equipment we should give them, and what process is going on is everything should be noted and documented. It's located in an area which is easily accessible to patients. As I said, emergency entry, near the emergency entry, it should be emergency department for first aid. In first aid, they should be safe. After that only, is this a critical situation or we have to do any operation or any other things? Next, they will move to any other wards, operation theaters or ICU wards. Any other in first, and they have to do, they have we should give patient for easy accessible. uh, Patient should have sufficient medical and nursing personnel. Yes, sufficient medical and nursing personnel. That is as I said, we should give proper equipment for which they are, for which emergency purpose they are coming to us. So we should have that equipment, supplies and equipments, facilities for meeting, everything. Everything we should plan before. What are the activities done, what are the accident cases, and how the patients are coming. Everything we should be analyzed before, and we should have proper equipment to treat them. Next thing is nursing department. Nursing service. Nursing service is the most important thing, and it will be in, yeah, every word, whatever may be the department, and every department needs nursing service. This is the most important department. And we should, what we should give in nursing station. We should take a list. Nursing officer or nursing supplementant, other personal assistant, nursing superintendent, nursing supervisors, head nurses, staff nurses. For everyone, we have to give that storage places, comfort places where the patient is there, and we have to give on nursing station. In delivery wards there will be on nursing station. In operation ward, total operation wards, there will be on nursing station. When we went to reception, after that only they are guiding for where we want to go. If we set the patient name, they will guide us for that patient, so if there is any emergency for patients, in each room, one nurse cannot be offered. So there will be a nursing station for common, and that should be more comfort for them, and it should visible for patients also to ask help, and we should place that station at that center place. It should be accessible for every nursing, every patient. Next thing is size of the hospital, size requirements. What are the sizes we need for every room? This is a examples picture, but we have to create after creating requirements, after listing the requirements, these are all the rooms we are going to do, and how much bed we are going to give, and what are the needs they we have to give. In ICU ward, there will be one bed, machines, equipments. There will not be given any toilets. There will be on clinical space for nurses only. Patient cannot use that. Like that, we have to decide where the rooms and how much we have to design. Nursing unit, these are the square feet. This much, this to this, 250 to 280 square feet nursing per bed. Delivery suite 15 to 20 square feet is needed per bed. Only for bed only, they are giving us 15 to 20 square feet. We have to calculate how much bed we are going to design, and how we are how our designs, how we going to arrange that beds in line or individual room. Everything we have to design. We have to think. It's a basic and simple square feet. This is um, minimum thing, and we are going for maximum, means we have to count for single bed 20 square feet, for how much it needed for a 10 beds or 4 beds, whether it's in a open room, in single room how much beds we can provide, in a individual room how much bed we have to provide for patient on bed, for family members on bed. Some in some hospitals they will provide some family bed, seating, sofas. It's in a luxury hospital. So if we have to decide that also in cost efficient. We have to analyze and compare these things. Okay, how much will cost for this design and how much will cost for this design. Everything we have to take a list. Physical medicine, radiology room, laboratory room, pharmacy under 4 to 6 square feet means it is for everything is this square feet is for single persons, a single bed, a single area. We have to calculate, okay, for one person this room is available for this square feet. If we have to provide that, there will be two staffs, and there will be some storage spaces also, and we should give them accommodation spaces are a powder room. Everything we have to provide in that, means it should the square feet will increase, and we should calculate this much square feet will increase and this much is basic and this is our need, and we have to give them that. Like that we have to analyze these things. Medical record room 18 to 15 square feet. For housekeeping also 4 to 5 square feet. It's a um, it's for simple thing. Minimum sizes of that, and we have to design that this is the basic, and after that we have to calculate how much we need, and we have to multiply that much, and we have to give them more spaces, and we should give them future spaces, or we should combine any rooms. We should design that, and this wall will be removable, or these rooms will be can be combined in future, and like that we have to design. Um, this is the basic one, and using this one we have to design, and what are the requirements we need, and based on depends on that our square feet and sizes, our costing, everything will increase based on blood planning. This is the major blood planning. This room, um, this is example for room. This is clinical zone. This is hygiene area. I mean toilet. This is patient zone. This is family zone. In patient zone, family zone, there should be some distance, and it should be that proper distance, 4 feet 7 inches or 5 feet. Patient zone, and for this zone, this is 5 feet, because they will keep some equipments for here to treat the patient, glucose bottles, or any other bottles, and they have to use, means, and they need some place. So we should think before, and what this is This is what we have to plan and analyze need assessment before everything we need to give. And how much distance for walkable area? 5 feet, because structures will come and turn around and take the patient to go out, so that we have to give extra measurement only. For family zone, we can provide that sofa, or we can provide for bed also, because this zone is fully for family zone. So this zone, how they use, um, probably how luxury we are giving that hospital bed, it will, the patient will cost that only. So it's our wish that how much it's client wish, how much materials we are using. If we are using that luxury sofa or simple bed, it's depend on our budget only. But we should give that appropriate sizes to assess everything. But overall, we should see everything is patient's comfort. We should clean that, we should maintain clean and a proper arrangement should be there, and there should not be collapse or anything should not be happen. This is, this bed population is, first yesterday said, what is the minimum or average population that that hospital will need. How how many peoples will come in a day, and we have to analyze everything also calculating that only we should provide that rooms or beds or anything. In beds also there will be more sizes, adjustable sizes. So this is a sample bed that sizes 226 centimeters, 98 centimeters. Height should be 45 to 78 centimeters. This is proportion of the bed. If we increases any this side means we should increases its breadth into length. Both sides we should increase that. We should increase the length and width. In single side we should not increase, and there will be some motorized beds, and it will take more place than these simple beds. So we should we should consider where we are going to give motorized beds, where we are giving normal beds, which room we should give luxury beds, and which room we should give more care for patients, because some diseases are infectious disease, so that we should be careful in the hygiene. It should not spread for another patient also, so it should be careful, and some screens are provided, and everything should be at proper maintenance. So this is a means number of inpatient admissions per year, average length of stay, percentage occupancy. Average length of stay means, for some disease it will take few days, some disease it will take few months. So we have to analyze which one, for which room we have to give that luxury. For single day or 2 days, mostly they won't prefer this much room only. Rich peoples, they will come and stay, even it's a single day or 2 days. Some people, some people say it's okay. It will be, not we don't require this much facilities, and this will be more cost. They will say like that, based upon that problem of patient, the room facilities will change, room arrangements will change. If we have more equipments or treatmenting only with the equipments means, it will have more space, it will need more space between patient zone and hygiene zone. Family zone also it should be separate. um, for some rooms there will not be family zone inside the rooms, only we should be wait outside room. like that also we should know what are the rooms like that, what are the rooms like this kind of rooms. If for some people they will be provide two beds in a room, and for which patient we should for which treatment we should do that, for which one we should separate the patient, everything we have to analyze, and then only we have to give this to client for seeing. Next, this is bed planning, this is high size of the hospital. This is most important, that floor plan is we have to analyze based upon the diseases and treatments. Next thing is interiors and furnishing. Interiors in a patient centered environment design solution. Our always architecture, our design should cure that patient, and it should feel pleasant for that patient. And we should consider that basic theory, infection control standards, design story, healing environment, physical environment. We are using different materials, and lots materials are available in this modern technology, and we should prefer which one is good for patients and which should cost our budget. Everything we should do and analyze. Some projects will be cost more, nearly 1 crore, but the size of the hospital is very less, because it's a luxury hospital. Some hospitals will be very big, and its budget is very lesser than smaller hospital. So it will be very simple, and we are what we are giving, how we approaching the places is also most important thing. We should consider what are the infection control standards, how should we control that infection, is there any available materials for that, or any designs, or uh, we can cure that with some medicines plants also. So we can do landscaping inside the room. It will also useful for the patient. That is a healing environment. In healing architecture they will treat the people with natural, and they will feel pleasant in that environment. Psychological disorders, it will be good for patient. Some plants are related to medical treatment. So, what are the things? What are the plans we should give on at that particular room? And we should take a note everything. Physical environment also will change a people's mind. And it will create a positive positive vibe around the rooms. We are what colors we are using, what materials we are using, and what design we are giving. You have seen some illusions. If you are seeing the same illusions or cantilever some that hanging balls, it will distract our patient minds. One can hypnotize using that. We should not use that illusion paintings inside the patient's room. So it should be some pleasant. Even in residence also, in bedrooms they will be used warm colors and cold colors. Warm colors will feel people like, and the black color will be affected people more. And in offices or commercial places they won't use the black colors. And this is also major things we should consider before doing the interior of patient's room. um, Physical environment, we should present this physical environment as eco-friendly, like that. We should create a environment like our home, so it will be easy for patient to cure yearly. So this is the basic thing. Next thing is interiors. Interiors. This is an example for waiting room. You can see like this interiors in Chennai. Fortis Hospital, I think so. Fortis Hospital is most major thing, they did more interiors. I saw that. Like that, we can provide too many options. And the waiting room is about an atrium. Its ceiling is made of glass panels. These glass panels, it's is useful for patients' sunlight, early morning sunlight. It is good for patients, vitamin D, and it will be good for patients. And it should place only in east direction, not in west direction. If we place it west direction, it will be afternoon sunlight and it will be more harm for us. So we should analyze these details in site analysis sheet, and we should compare which room should come for this side. And if you are getting this direct sunlight means we should for which patients this will be useful for. These are all things designers should know, and for this these things only they are doing that assessment, site analysis sheet, everything we are doing for this purpose only. A designer connected outside with inside and has a door to an inside garden. Yeah, they kept some garden, and backside it's visible. Here there's a garden, and while seeing that garden through window, it will be pleasant for watching. The waiters also, there will not be any mind stress. It will be relaxed for patients, even though for families. So gardening is also a main important thing in every decoration places. This will be double height. It depends upon the hospital structure and sites based on FSI, for which floors, how many floors we are going, and what are the requirements. If we are going for 5 floors, and our requirement is only 3 floors means, and we can use this double heights in east direction, direct sunlights. Like that we can use plants as accessories, added a cheerful scent to the interior. We have to plant that um, real plants. Sometimes it's not necessary for real plants. Artificial also, it will be looks pleasant. Because in every place we cannot assess the sunlight. In reception area there will be some flower pot, but direct sunlight will not be there. So we can keep a artificial flower. It will for our eyes it looks nice. So that also some positive energy will come, and we will think okay, and we have some peace of mind after seeing that. Whatever we are seeing from so far, we can imagine that this is real or not. If we are keeping real means it will be very useful, or else we can go for artificial plants. So it will also good for patients and around the surroundings. This is one example. Like that, we should give them more options. Another waiting room. This is painted in a pale green. The color adds freshness and represents peace and harmony. This waiting room. Sometimes I said no, warm colors and cool colors. Um, these are all the things. Cool colors. Warm colors means dark red, dark pink, black color. These are all the warm colors. And cool colors means light blue, light pink, gray color. These are all cool colors, and it will cure the patient, and we feel very pleasant in that place. So in residence area also, interior rooms. If this is a boys room, they will prefer light blue color. If this is a girls room, they will prefer pink color. So every day we are going to that room, so it should feel pleasant for everyone. Like that only every place is design. It depends upon clients requirements also, how should be uh, how the room should be. And if there is any concept, green architecture, vernacular architecture, we will go with green color. Of there is no concept, we need pleasant interiors, and we will go with this cool sandal colors, gray colors, and what are the colors. If we are given these colors means it will if there is a small room, if we given some light colors, it will that room will look big, and we can feel we will not feel sophisticated. If we have a big room and that main wall is painted with the black color, it will be more sophisticated to live in. So this is the major things. Colors also plays a major role, and material will plays a major role. Everything is included in interiors. Hospitals, in every hospital's interiors is most necessary things. That waiting room has views on the city. This helps the family to relax and removes anxiety. As I said, it will if you are watching this much artificial, that buildings are as far as where we can't see that clearly, but our vision looks like pleasant, so that we feel relaxed, and we can't hear any sound or pollution or any noises. uh, we we will sit silently and watch that, and we have some peace of mind. Okay, this is so relaxed, and patient also feels the same. Okay, colors add freshness and represents the peace and harmony. This pale green looks very pleasant. So that also we can feel pleasant. That room will be hot or cool. Um, if there is no AC also, this place will be very nice to see. If we are seeing this in only in picture, but we feel okay, this is nice, this color is nice, this sofa is also nice. We are seeing that okay, this is nice, and how we are feeling, even we don't know even that place is hot or cool. So but we have that aesthetic approach in the image itself. So we have that okay, nice, that feel. This image will give that feel. So like that in artificial or original plants, it will give that feel for us. So it will be nice. So let's take a water break for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we will catch up. Okay, everyone will have a water and come. portions are skipped. Okay. This interiors and graphics. We can treat patients through our interior designs also. This is a major example for that. Next thing is patient room. White granite stone and glass is the main material they have applied in these rooms. It will be a combination of wooden texture panels on walls. It's symbolic as of vernacular architecture. Vernacular architecture means they will be use available green materials, and it will be eco-friendly for patients, and it will cure cure our mind as positive thinking, and everything it will be treat as better living. In interior surface, if departments covered by antibacterial homogeneous floor covering, it's if we are using that antibacterial floors, it will be useful for patients to avoid to get infected easily, and it will protect patients also to get avoid infections, so that our healthcare facilities will increase more, and it will, and there will not be more maintenance on this. Our floor itself giving that maintenance, and it will cure that patient. So every material whatever we are using, and it should affect that room. Infectious floor covering, that everything is designed in interiors. After completing the plan, someone will do only the plan, someone will do only the interiors, someone will do both the plans and interiors. We should analyze which one is good for our patient, and how it works. If we are using this material, and it should work for patient, and instead of that, we should not use every this is good for health, and we should use this material, and in this room we should analyze it. This material is useful for this room, and this much cost will come, and okay, this is okay. We should everything we should analyze. Is this room worth for this much cost? Everything we should analyze only in interior designing. Before we have to select the material, for that also we have to analyze how much cost and how last it will be. Some material wooden things and all, it will rust in rains, and we should avoid that place. We should do only in interior rooms. In window sides also we should not use that material, because while if rain comes means it will spoil that material lifespan. So we should analyze where, if this material is good for health means we should analyze that also, where should we keep the material, and it should last for years. If we are spending more money and giving a very aesthetical presentation is not only good thing, and we should also prefer which one will last for years, and which thing where we have to use, which we have to use, and how we have to use. Everything we have to analyze in the assessment only before starting the interiors. We have that written document. We should have that written document to clients. We should submit that document to client. Next, patient rooms. This is one example. This color and this color is another examples. People who practice medicine say that turquoise has a calming effect on patients. They use this color to treat patients prone to panic attack or mania. To a lesser degree, mainstream patients' room also use turquoise and other light shades of blue and green to calm patients. As I said, in waiting room also we provided very calm color, sandal color. Here also this is very settled color. We should after seeing this image, it looks like very pleasant. In bed also, in patient viewing the outside, with that without any sound, it will be trees are shaking little bit. It will gives that pleasant feel. Okay, we will get well soon, and their mind should be always positive, and this is nothing is going to happen to us, and they should feel like that. And lights, they are using some lights. Ceiling and floor is colored in different color, to define the space and distinguish it. Everything is designed um, upon based on one thing. And if they are given this color to displacements, why they are given, we should analyze what's the purpose of giving color in this place, and why should we differentiate. Is this make a sense, or is there any worth we are giving that differentiation in colors, lightings. We should analyze everything. It looks like large space. If we differentiate these places, it and the room should look enlarged, and it will be like a big room. We can feel that it is a big room like that. Colors also treat a patient's mind. Okay, hidden lights is used to brighten the room evenly and prevent glare. Designer also used a longitudinal light pattern. We should first we should think why these lights are given irregularly, and where should we given the light. They given the light in medical equipments, mainly on medical equipments. We will keep the medical equipments on side, side of the bed only. We should not give a direct light to patients. That rays also will affect, and some lights will be more harm to us. And some lights, if we are using some lights, it will produce a heat, and room will be more heat. Even the fan is running or not, it will be more heat. If we switch off the light, it will, our mind also will be relaxed. um, we have to design what the lights we should given, and where should it be placed. And they have given rectangle, but they have also given in round shape also. But why they are giving like this? We should analyze what is the purpose of giving this, and how it works. It will provide more light effects by giving this a round effect. It will spread more lights or not. Whatever we are going to give, before that we should think this is useful or not. This is the main thing. Is this useful for patient or not? And this will be affect the patient or not. Everything we should analyze, and next only we should do the patient rooms interiors. This is also one example for patients bed. um, there are more sizes of bed, more types of bed. In this room, this is one type of bed. In this room, this is another type of bed. In this room, and they have given two patient beds, and there's no family bed. And this room is treated for various problem for various problems, various diseases. And if how we are planning is depends upon the requirements of the hospitals. So this is for different patients. There is one eating table also, and a adjustable bed. And this is another type of adjustable bed. For kids room, it should be different. For aged people, it should be some different, and bed sizes will also change, and the angle of degree, rotation, and the height. And the sloping height also will change. Whatever we require, we can change that height adjustment. And this is also another, this is um, another method, and another room colors aesthetic appearance. This is a movable bed, and they have given sofa, and main thing is a large French window. They have given a French window to view outside the city. And it will the patient will know what are going, it's whether it's raining or summer, what is going on outside. Everything they will know from their bed itself. And this room also looks very big and the aesthetic appearance. This is not a like this spaces will not be looks like a hospital feel. They will feel like that we are in our home living rooms, like that only patients feel, so that this aesthetic appearance they are using. This is another type of patient room. They have the TV facilities, bed facilities, wash basin facilities, everything. This is looks like a hotel room. Hotel room, we have everything. We have family sofa, chairs, everything we have. This is like, this is not a, hospital bed also. And they have some, what is the main thing they given is only adjustable bed, and everything is look like a hospital, hotel rooms. And but they designed like that to feel that patient's comfort. And a main healing architecture plays a major role in this place. They give some pleasant atmosphere to cure the people quickly, and they get to get well soon. This is hallways and corridors. This green paints are used to give the comfortable feel, where people feels very relaxes. And big windows helps to enrich the space with natural sunlight. Where we saw that corridors, atrium, natural sunlight and direct sunlight will come, like that. Here also double height ceiling is given. And we have to satisfy with the structural frames also, and we should satisfy our client needs, and we should give this natural and aesthetic appearance. This is the sunlight is not artificial. This will be come directly. And this side is a glass corridors, and it will not affect that sunlight. The sunlight is comes from here. And it will it will be feels present for peoples who are all walking down. And it will be a double triple height and triple height space in, and they are using some common lights, where rectangular lights in somewhere. It reflects the it gives that luxury feel, that it looks like a luxury hotels only. We feel very pleasant. And this is one light colors example, we feel relaxed. Different from that, we can use light beige color, light pink, like that. We can use any light colors to feel pleasant. There's not more colors, only two colors they are using to feel very pleasant. What colors they are giving for walls and ceilings? They are selecting furnitures opposite to that. Black color furnitures is provided, and it is totally contrast to that room. Then only it looks like, okay, this thing is available here, and it will look aesthetic good and feel good. Everything is everything whatever we are doing, it should satisfy the users. In this way, it and this designs achieve their users. need. But while you giving a double height, we should think this place deserves a double height. And because there will be more space wasting, because here there is no corridor, no usage, only for sunlight. They have given this triple height. And triple height they are giving in only to give aesthetic appearance. And we should, if we have some budget problem, it cannot be possible. And mostly like these hospitals are in foreign countries. In Chennai mostly one or two hospitals only like this, and they won't prefer this much place wasted. But it looks very very pleasant, very good. It will feels like it won't feels like a hospital area. And while designing, everything should be, as a designer, everything should be noted. Place wastage, cost efficiency. If this place is there, we can add some rooms as big sizes or any other extra rooms. Or we can use this cost at any other places. Everything should be noted before implementing everything. This is main thing in designing interiors and graphics. We should select furniture's contrast to the walls always. This is diagnostic clinics. Here also we are using related to the equipment colors, floorings, ceilings. Suspended ceiling with square lighting pattern is used there. Here also they are not using continuous lighting, or where it required they are using the direct light. Otherwise they are giving split and lights, small light, round lights, square lights. They are given different lights in this place. White color represents goodness and purity. Always everyone uses white colors, but it need more maintenance. White color needs more maintenance and than other colors. But it will look rich. When we are using that white color, it will look rich. So it will give some pleasant feelings also. This area there will not be public area. This is a semi-public places where who are all the patients going to check, only that patient will use this place, doctors will use this place, nurses will use this place. Only these three peoples and maintenance, the housekeeping peoples will use this place. Here we can give white color. In public places, in public waiting space, if we are giving these white color lower walls, it will take more maintenance for cleaning, and it will cost a lot. By keeping this in mind also, we should design things accordingly. So this hospital white color, it is considered to be the color of perfection. White shows hygiene and cleanliness. It will look very clean and hygiene, everything. These equipments, and they provided this is in centralized AC only. They didn't give any artificial ACs. This is centralized ACs. Every equipments they planned. They should be come here. Mat also, flooring, everything is planned. Floor is covered with carpet to prevent the slipping of equipment and people. If we are using that slippery flooring, we should use this carpet, because in this area patient will come. Sometimes they will come in serious conditions. In that condition we should guide them very, we should treat them very properly and correct method. So we should use, if we are using any things for aesthetic appearance, we should have another things. How should it be sorted for any other problems? If we are using this color for aesthetic appearance, and we should know how to maintain it for cleaning 1 week, once in a week or once in a month. How much we are using that room also very important. And this room is usable for daily, means we should we should give importance for that also. And this is for only more emergency purpose, means we should give interior decorations for limited. And everything is depends upon the users and how they need that room. Everything is important. This is another examples. They have used in here multiple colors: pink color, blue color, green color, red color, light orange. Everything is used. Walls, white painted walls patterned by some wooden pots in addition to orange stripes and some green elements. These walls, they have no which should be highlighted, and they have given white painted walls and wooden pots only. They have given some orange stripes and some green elements. Green elements they used in first floor, and in lightings they used in pink color lighting, and it reflects the floors. And the floors, it reflects like glasses. Everything they imagined before. So this is the output we are going to give. And this is the flaws. If we are giving this output, we will get this disadvantage. We have to analyze what's the disadvantage and how we are going to sort out it. Everything we should analyze. A part of it is covered with white and blue green gypsum board with a few hanging lights, creating emphasizing part. In ceilings they have created, in last picture they have used only rectangle lights. Here they used some green gypsum board with the hanging lights. It will create some emphasis effect. Emphasis effect means it will project here. Here they are using this extra projection of the wall for aesthetic appearance. This is a emphasis part, and it will create some effect, and it will looks like okay, this is a new design, and they did something. And and they created this for here waiting area. People are sitting, and above that lighting is a blue color, and light blue, green color, pink color. They used various number of lights. Everything is for patients, and for doctors, nurses. They create only aesthetic appearance. Flooring is made of milk beige marble with a circular shape drowned on it. The shadows of different lights that falls on it have added a particular beauty. The shadows, as I said, that shadow will give some effect. If we given some glass paintings, and um, if we if we given any exterior glass paintings, the if sun will come at the morning 6 o'clock, it will reflect some multiple colors. It's like that. It's like that only. These colors are reflecting, and they have to analyze which color merging will be nice, and which color will keep the people's mind calm, and everything we should analyze. Like that only, they gave milk beige marble flooring they have given. That shadows also looks present. The shadows will feel like if we are moving, it will also a little bit where we are going, it will look like a red carpet area. That shadows of lighting will look like and that we if we walk center of the light, it will look aesthetic, very good. Furniture variety in shapes and colors that used for furnitures. In waiting area they will use many variety of shapes. We need that count, how many people will sit in this shape. Or else if we provide a circular space, or if we provide a rectangular space, how many people will sit. Okay, if we why should we give this shape? Instead of this, if we give rectangle shape, there will be more people can use that place. And instead of that, why they are giving? Because this if this place will not be used for a whole time, whole day, or this will be additional and or emergency waiting area, so that they can give these cost effective furnitures. If we this is a general waiting space, means we more people will come in that area, we can't use these furnitures. And this is also an important thing. And if you are costing any furnitures in effective manner, it should be useful for that place. Only because only of design it is good, we should not use like that. It should work for that place. After that only it will be useful for that place. So that also client will accept, okay, why should I cost this much for this place? This is not necessary. Because as a designer they will give more options to convince client, but they won't accept. In some particular case they will accept, okay, I can't accept the whatever cost is coming is okay, but I like this design most. In some cases they will accept, in some cases they won't accept. We have to check whether they are accepting or not, this is suitable for this place, and we are spending more money in this place, so it will cost. Like that we have to think in um every situations. Inpatient room, white gypsum board ceiling with rectangular fixed light and red hidden light. They given a white gypsum ceiling, they have given, and they window viewing of the landscape outside. They are given window, a large window, French window they have given, and this is for pleasant feel. They have given for patient bed with seating. We can use both the uses. Everything they have given. This is also one method. They have given fixed light and red hidden light. They have arranged everything. This room is going to be used only for this particular treatment, so they have arranged everything in a settled manner. In a settled manner, so it will not affect whoever coming to this place. It will not affect that patient's comfort. It will be okay. Okay, no, only this limited treatments will be given for this room and this room's patient, so it will be okay and convenient for them. Everything will be this is one type of aesthetic appearance they have given, but it also looks like a pleasant feeling. They can view from um, inside, tan brown flooring with the light and dark blue circles. Everything they have planned and kept in contrast manner. Ceiling one thing, and but everything is in a family color. If they're using blue color, means light blue, dark blue, and it will. If we are using any contrast color, it will go merge with that color. Okay, if we are using this, it will be good. They have to decide, and they will do everything in interior 3ds. After that only they will execute these rooms. If we before executing this, we will give these rooms demo pictures. For example, if we have 10 rooms, we will give one room sample like this. We if we will give two to three options in this color, another color. If we have any concept, means it will go related with them. Otherwise they will use light colors or pleasant feeling. Anything what they want, they will give two to three options. After that it will be very useful in constructing 3D floors. So by seeing this image they will be construct correctly. Next thing is roof garden. Roof garden in every hospital they won't prefer. Some healing architecture, psychological problems. If there is any that vernacular architecture hospitals like that only they prefer roof garden. Roof garden is where we feel very pleasant. We need that pleasant feeling in garden area so that we can use it. Hospital terraces we won't use that much anything, so it will be useful for this type of psychological disorders also. They will use these places in evening time. They will keep a walk, and they will spend more time in this place to heal their more stresses. This is a healing architecture, vernacular architecture uses. Green elevator. Green elevator means um, they this is only on single wall, and ceiling is colored with a green color, and this is a elevator spacing, and there are four rooms, four is elevator space. After from this place they are using some wooden colors, and it will also it's not looking very odd, and it's merging with that color. And they are using some glitters like white color painting. It's like a single art. It's look like some art, and it's merging with that. Everything they have given only contrast, and it is merging. So this should be, after completing implementation we should feel pleasant. This is the final output we can get. This is interior designs. Next thing is this is interior graphics. I will play you some video. This is a graphic design after completing every program. This is the final output for clients. After completing every interior works, we will present like this only for to clients. They will have some ideas. They will get ideas. Okay, this is the output we will get. Earlier they will see and they can compare that works. What are the works going on? They will compare. Okay, this is the design exactly, and it's coming out very properly like that. They will see. And this is a waiting area, cafeteria, corridor, everything we have. And they used with the simple colors and single colors, and on simple concept everything is used with. And we have to design how much people in. If it is cafeteria area means if we are providing so much floors, how many floors we are providing, and how much patients will come, how much patients at a time in a day will occupy, and how long it will take that patient to cure. Some treatment take less time, so depending upon that, based upon that also cafeteria places should design, counts to design patients waiting area counts also based upon that population strength, how much people will come. Based upon every space should design based upon that only. And we should have another option. If we have any emergency situation, this room is not enough, and we should have any another options. We should always we should have second plan B. Everything, by keeping everything in mind, we should design a place. This is normal general ward. But it will looks like without patients. With patients it will looks like something. Okay, this is so much crowd, but now this is more spacious thing. But they will discharge. This is a general ward, so they will discharge on 1 or 2 days. So this is enough for that use. Like that we should design everything. We should design like that only. Second floor waiting space, it is different from first floor. This is so luxurious than ground floor. In ground floor there is a chair. In first floor this is sofa. And so if sofa is white color and a contrasting water table is there, into contrast walls and lightings are given. And they are given some doors, but the doors are not visible. It's look like it's a wall, but there's a door behind that sofas. It's everything is in design aspect, how we are creating. We have to think, if we did this will work or not. If we choose this color, if we choose this sofa, is this comfortable for patients for sitting? And these sofas will use only in jewelry shop. Mm, like that big shops, they will use like this sofas. So they are using second floor. In second floor it will be a semi public area. Public area will be in ground floor. They won't come for a second floor. If there is any emergency case, they will come for second floor. So it's easy to maintain. And no more there will not be more population, more crowd. No one will come for this place. We have to segregate our departments depending on the requirements, and how they treat everything. We have to segregate and design a floor. And after segregating we can go for our costing effect. So this is nursing station. um, we should see that um, what are all the possible things that we can give for patients and comfort for nurses. Everything we should think and design before, so it will be useful for patients. This is only for lift lobby space, and this corridor is more huge because there will be three structures that they can carry, that in a single row, so that corridor space is very big. We have to consider these uses. If we are giving this much corridor space, it will be useful, or we can, if there is no use for two structures at a time, we can reduce the corridor size. It then it will be useful for us, another rooms. This is single wardrobe. This is double bed. For which room also we should give toilet, which room we should not give toilet, everything we have to analyze, and we should do. This is some luxury um, beds. So they have given more interior designs. This is the end, and this is the output we will given to client. After, before doing this, we have to analyze. These are all the things we have to analyze, and we have to create a report and written document also we have to give the client. Next thing is construction plan. Construction plan, we need that design of construction, number of floors. We have to give these details for structural plans, engineers, everything in every department. One cannot see this huge project. Every department we have to given to someone, and we should have these type of sheets: design of construction, number of floors. Every floor we should have detailed drawing. In first floor we have this emergency exit, the like this we have given. Anything means it should follow for every floor, and it should mark in red, and it should be correct. It should come at correct place. Facility for each other. For department who we are offering, it should facilitate for what they need. Designing of OPD, emergency, indoors, everything should be presented in sheets manually, or um, or through system softwares. We can give anything, but it should be detailed. OT and investigation facilities, supportive and ancillary services, everything should be noted in everything should be in written documents. Space for expansion. As I said, if a future expansion also, we should give some place, and it will be useful for, um, once the building is done, they won't contact designers. If there is any problem arises, only at the time only they will come to us again. This has happened, what to do the next, they will ask us. At the time it should not be complicated for us. We should prepare everything, and we have to plan earlier before. If we are giving this room, what are the disadvantage in future we will, we have to face everything. We have to think, and we have to design for that. Auxiliary areas, parking, canteen, dispensary, mosque, etc. These are all the main major, these are public accessible area. So we have to think how much project. Some malls will have two only basement parking. Some will have a normal, before building parking they will use. Someone will have three floors for parkings. It depends upon the uses and the crowds that comes to the place. Canteen parking also like that only. We have, for counting we have to give how much facilities we are having, and this much crowd will come, so we have to give this much space, and it should not disturb the other circulation areas, other flow of process. Everything should be neat and clean, and we should mention this much parking. Car parking is a count of 50, bike parking is count of 50. Everything, should come in this way and get out in this way, and services roads will come in this way, and this way connects the parking, and we should not assess these people for these roads, and we should everything we should analyze in earlier, so that only that plans plan sheet will come out better. Otherwise, during the after the construction started, if we confuses in that place, means it will be very most dangerous situation for us to handle it. So construction plan and our sheets presentation is a most important thing. Next thing is commissioning. Yesterday also I said commissioning is one cannot handle everything, and they have to commissioning for every department subsistence. If we handle one big project, there will be more labors, about 200 or 300 labors. There will be they will work. We can call them everyone and to get a meeting what's the work today done and tomorrow what's the, and this is the timeline. We have to separate a department of for example mechanical, plumbing, electrical, fire or fire safety, building envelopes, interior systems, cogeneration, utility plants, sustainable systems, lighting, wastewater controls, and building security. For in these are all the basic departments for in every um, construction departments. And instead of that, if we are doing any special buildings, means if you are doing vernacular architecture build design, there will be some landscape teams. We have to give some importance for based on design. Then we have to uh, So, for each group, we have to assign one person to verify the work and monitor the labors, how they are working, and what are the problem arises, and how to sort out everything. They have to check, and they will inform us. If we conduct a meeting, every team's head will attend, and they will tell us what is the exact process going on there. Like that, we should know, and we should achieve our requirements as how the client need. And for this process we have to follow these steps. So as a designed by the building architects and engineers, process by which an equipment, facility or plant which is installed or is complete or near completion. We have to know which are the process that today going to start and which is already completed, and what we have to if one process is completed, which is coming for a testing period or not, it is already tested or not. We have to analyze everything according to the design objectives or specifications. What are the specifications we have given, and we have given to the client, and what are the specification we have achieved after completing the project. Everything should be tested, everything should be verified, everything should be reviewed by every head, and that head should report us. And again after completing every process, again the head should go and check the every process. If we have these steps, only we can achieve at correct time what we need, and we will hand over client at correct time. This is commissioning process. Once the construction is completed, we have to check installation of air conditioners, lifts, equipments and machineries, requirement of staff. Requirement of staff also will comes under our department, because we have provided how many students, how many rooms and how many departments. We have give them approximately this much people will require. If we are giving a reception table only single chair, if we given single chair means only one person, we have to ask the users how many person will they need, and we have to give that separate systems and separate chairs, and we have to give them some space. Hmm. So requirement of staff also will come under this only. The hospital is commissioned, advertisement is made in paper, publicity in local area, date of inauguration is finalized. These are also main things. After completing, we have to check everything is done or not. Um, After completing, only handover to the clients is not only our process. So, after testing that it should work properly, whatever we are designing, it should complete the correct process and execution. The client should satisfy and the users should satisfy the comfort. It's main important thing. Next thing is electrical safety. We have to check everything. Electrical safety is also most important thing. Ignition or explosion of flammables, electric shocks due to ground equipment, these are all things will happen, and we have to plan quickly before. If this happened, we have any backup inventor or not. If clients is doing with any medical equipments treatment at the time, any power off happened, we should have any another option, UPS or inventor. After using that, any power saver like that we should have, because during the half treatment it should not be off, because it will be more dangerous, it will cost a life. So most important thing is electrical safety. Breakdown of electrical equipment, everything should be maintained, checked clearly before handovering the building. Patient safety is most important thing for us. Next thing, electrical suspectable patients. For some treatments is there using electricals, insertion of pacemaker catheter electrode from an externally worn pacemaker. They will connect directly to cardiac ECG machine. Insertion of an electrode into one of the cardiac chambers for intracardiac ECG measurement. It will in this process, electrical safety is more important, and we have to know how much range we have to give the patient and how much we should avoid. Everything should be noted, and we should assign that for persons. Next thing is area grouping in hospitals. Group 0 means, and they will have separate groups, group 1, group 2, group 3, and group zero's work is to um, um, Group Zero's work is to analyze what are the departments and works we have given to Group 1, Group 2. This is the Group 0 work. Group 1's work is medical treatment for immediate danger patient, and repetition of examination is possible at any time. We should have a detailed report for in Group 1 teams. Um, Everyone should taste, and they should have that report. Group 2, in this rooms diagnosis and therapy, they will split some process to group 1, they will split some process to group 2, like that they will split some process. These process are all monitored by the group 0, and they will have the every reports. At last, the conclusion is technology requirements. Our report should compromise everything, every problem. We should have some solution. Technology requirements must be met, clinical needs must be considered. Safety is a major factor, and it should be sought out at any conditions. Standards and guidelines are essential. We should use the proper standards for beds, rooms, and every places we should use that standards and guidelines, so that only for patients they will feel comfort, and we will give them safer. Importance of the role of hospital staffs in construction and design must be considered. Everything should be considered. Hospital staff also important thing. We should ask any if you have any flaws, and it will be shot out by our design, and you need anything you need in your side, for staff side. and everything should be started in design, and we should compromise at last everything. We should have everything in the written document, and what we are all done, and what are the problems it will come, and how we are going to face that. A plan B, plan C, we should have that. Everything, we should have that written document. So this is the conclusion. So yeah, class is over. Thank you guys.